What up? What up? What up? Welcome to another episode of the Sports PSP podcast, the highlight of Friday nights. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic day coming off school, whatever the case may be. I am your host, Sports PSP. Always happy to be doing the Sports PSP pod. Now hit 132,000 subscribers. And on an interesting note, Sports PSP podcast has reached a new milestone. The latest video, the last video I did about the Baltimore Ravens, about my breakdown with the Kansas City Chiefs, has now hit over 20,000 views. So, thank you to everyone for tuning in to the Sports PSP podcast. Thank you to everyone. We're gonna continue to do the weekend to bring on a show. But of course, I cannot do the pod without my great panel. And of course, before I introduce the panel, shout out to the beautiful Nessa. Love you, Nessa. That's a fantastic job sports for you. And thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate everything that you do. Shout out to you, JoJo, John Watson, and of course, Trail and JoJo as well. Shout out. Stay tuned for the Sports for You podcast with Nick and also the crew. Please, man, go check out the podcast. But of course, I got my panel, BRF Sports, one half of an Atlanta Falcons fan. He is also an Atlanta Hawks fan, a Georgia Bulldogs fan, as well as my other panel member. How are you doing, brother?
Man, I gotta say, life is good. I can't complain. It's always a pleasure to get on here and cut it up and talk sports with two of my brothers from different moms. Always a pleasure to get on here with y'all. And I definitely want to shout out, and I do want to throw a quick shout out to quick shout out to Ness as well. Shout out to the Sports for You pod. They snuck me on Tuesday night they snuck me on the last minute the other night
I saw you.
the wrestling pod. Yeah, they snuck me on the last minute. Trail shot me the link about 20 minutes before, and I'm like, man, you know what? Hell yeah, I'm jumping on. So you know what? I got on there. I went on there. I had a great time. Shout out to Trail. Shout out to John. Shout out to Nessa, because she came on like after the show was on. We talked a little bit. And bro, let me tell you, shout out Dallas Cash. What Dallas Cash did to Trail that night, roasting him, was criminal. That was one of the funniest things I've heard in ages. But I got number love for all them brothers, man. I just had to give them a shout out as well. But life is good, man. Another strong week of work, weekend off. I'm ready to enjoy some football, but most importantly, I'm ready to get the weekend started off right with the highlight of Friday night, because that is what we do. Shout out to y'all, man. It's always a pleasure to hop on here with y'all.
Always a pleasure. And of course, we cannot do the Sports PSP podcast without my main man, all the way from Columbus, Georgia. He is the Al Roker of journalism. He is the young Charles Barkley. Obviously, he's got on some new shades. Apparently, he got some glasses from the great Rick Ross. It's looking like Rick Ross's little brother over here.
Versace.
He is the little brother of Mark Henry. He's got on the Eric Cartman hat. He is the black Eric Cartman. He is the black Peter Griffin. He is funny. He is hysterical. He is knowledgeable. He is brilliant. He is Mama Champ's #1 favorite son. He is the ambassador and a big patron for daiquiris and po' boys. He is the epitome of Southern hospitality and so much more. Mama Champ's #1 favorite son, undisputed world champ. How you doing, big fella?
Man, just glad to be here, man. Always a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor in order to be here, man. Sports PSP doing the darn thing. 150,000. We're going to speak life into that. Let's just bump that number on up, because it's going to be there eventually, man. When you speak life into things magically happen, man. So I'm just going to be real, man. I'm happy to be a part of it, happy to be a part of the movement. Like I always say, man, without Sports PSP, there will be no Undisputed GOAT podcast. There will be no champ on any podcast. And I appreciate it. And look, man, whatever I can do in order to bring some more entertainment to the pod and more excitement to the pod, I will do that, man. Thank you for the alley-oops always. And look, man, just because PSP is not always live on the Undisputed Gold podcast does not mean he's not a part of it. He's always behind the scenes sending us little subjects and giving us ad libs in order to talk about. So, like we always say down south, just because you don't see the hand out here feeding you doesn't mean it's not coming from the same hand. So, big shout out to Sports PSP, man, for not only helping your pod but our pod as well, man, because that is a lot of things that goes into running your own pod. And you showed me us a lot, me and BRF a lot about owning our own podcast. So we thank you for that. He's not only the hardest working man in podcasting, the Tom Joyner podcast, he's a talent scout because he discovered all of us. So big up Supports PSP for doing all of those things, man.
Always a pleasure, man. And also shout out to your sister and shout out to Mama Champ as well. Great. I'm quite sure you took Mama Champ out to dinner last week after what her Dallas Cowboys did to the New York Jets. So shout out to them. And also Sports PSP's birthday is coming up in a few days. And sooner or later, the big fella, Undisputed World Champ's birthday is coming up soon. So happy birthday to all of our Libras, brothers and sisters. And also, too, shout out to Mama PSP. Shout out to Angie. And of course, shout out to the wonderful and beautiful D. We know D very well, champ. Shout out to her. And love you, sweetheart. You are like a big sister. And one last shout out to my college professor, Jennifer Lazarus, because thank you for believing in me. Thank you for making me feel like I can do anything. And I love you. And I hope to see you soon. But fellas, we got to talk about some football. Man, things keep worse for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, obviously, you blew a 14-point lead last week to the Denver Broncos. Short week, Thursday night football, going up against the New York Giants, your arch rivals. I got to give the big fella his flowers because he said Cam Scadaboo, he is the combination of Mike Alstott and Christian McCaffrey. If they had a baby, Cam Scadaboo would be the love child. And 19 carries, 98 yards, 3 touchdowns. Jackson Dart looked very well. I mean, he made some big-time throws and also with his legs. I loved his creativity. I loved his mobility. The only thing I hate in that game was when Brian Dable was yelling for Jackson Dart to come back into the game in which Russell Wilson was there. I didn't like that part. But as for the Philadelphia Eagles, I picked the Eagles to win this one because I thought, okay, this would be the type of game Saquon Barkley was going to unleash. You're back home. This would be an opportunity for you to have a statement game against your old team. And the Giants, to their credit, man, they did their part. Jalen Hurts did the best that he could, in my opinion. And I believe there's a lot of frustrations with the Eagles offense, especially with the offensive coordinator. And again, I'm not surprised with this at all because I'll tell you why. Teams, defenses are going to make adjustments. They're more aware of the Philadelphia Eagles offense, and they're going to do what they can to take Saquon Barkley out of the ball game. Jalen Hurts, to his credit, has done his part. I think he's played so far well. He's only thrown like 1 interception this season. He's really doing whatever he can. But for whatever reason, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, unsatisfied. Nick Sirianni cannot be let off the hook either, and certainly not the offensive coordinator. And the reason why I would not be surprised that the Eagles do not win the division, like I've said, when is it that a team in that division has won it back-to-back years? You got to go back to the early 2000s with the Philadelphia Eagles. Since that time, it hasn't been replicated. There's a chance that the Commanders could win the division because now Jaden Daniels is back. And maybe later on in the show, we will definitely talk about what the Commanders defense did. Although against a depleted Los Angeles Chargers with obviously without Slater and all. They put hell on Justin Herbert that day. And of course, we can't ignore the Dallas Cowboys. Despite having one of the worst defenses in the NFL, they have one of the best offenses in the NFL. And Dak is playing at an MVP caliber level. But I love what I'm seeing from the Giants. And what makes it even much worse for Philadelphia, imagine had Malik Neighbors had played in that game. They would have went off against the Eagles. And the Eagles, look, there had concerns, Shep, and you pointed out that with Jalen Carter's conditioning, even the coach said that he's not even in shape yet. And they've had some injuries, but the biggest problem has been their offense. Whether it's creativity, execution, the problem is with their offense. Defenses so far have figured out to take out Saquon because Saquon is not having the type of season that he had last year. I expect that to happen because there's nowhere to go but down, considering the type of year you had last year. So, BRF for champ, whoever wants to go first. What are your thoughts on last night's game? And I think with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo, the Giants have potential because if you actually look at this team, they're much better than what their record says. They should actually be three. They actually should have won 3 or 4 games this season. They should have won the game against Dallas in week 2. And had it not been for Russ with the turnovers on the Sunday night football game against Kansas City, they would have had a chance. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, a lot to unpack here. Number one, I don't think people are understanding this. They're going through a process that they had to go through much like the year before last. People are screaming down their throats to blame this on Jalen Hurts, but he's had to learn 3 different offensive schemes in the past 3 years. Remember, Shane Steichen, when they went to the Super Bowl, he left. When they won the Super Bowl, he left. Well, excuse me. The year before, when they went to the Super Bowl, he ended up leaving and going to Indianapolis. Then the very next year, they got Brian Johnson. Then they got Kellen Moore. They went and won it all. Then the next thing you know, Kellen Moore leaves. Now they have another offensive coordinator. That's 4 offensive coordinators in less. Because when you get used to running one offense, now you got to learn another one. So I don't think people are taking that into consideration. Everybody's just wanting to bow down on Jalen Hurts, say, yeah, your fault. This is my 4th offensive coordinator. You know who else had that problem in his career? Although he wasn't half as good of a talent as Jalen Hurts, but he still had that same. Cordell Stewart went through that problem in Pittsburgh. They kept changing the offensive coordinator. They kept changing the quarterback coach. So how can your troops adjust when there's always turnover in the leadership? That's one thing. Number 2, it always gets progressively worse for a 2,000-yard rusher the season after. Remember, it's either an injury is going to get them or the production is going to go down. And here what I'm looking at right now, as I'm looking down, remember Jamal Lewis, he rushed for over 2,000 yards back in 2003. Remember the very next year, he rushed for only 1,000 yards, 1,006 yards. Remember Terrell Davis, the injury bug bit him real bad. 2,000 yards from 1998, 1999, he got hurt towards ACL, only 200 yards. Chris Johnson, the home run hitter. Remember how fast and explosive he was. 2,000 yards in 2009, and then the very next year, 1,398 yards. Then Derrick Henry. Had he not got injured, I'm convinced that the year after the 2022 season, he probably would have got a consecutive 2,000-yard season. But the injury bug bit him. The only person that I can really say, looking at my notes right about now, that has really just said, that has really kept the same momentum after the 2,000-yard season, is you had to go all the way back to 19. Even then, you saw a real big drop-off. You know, remember Eric Dickerson, he broke the single season rushing record, right. 2,105 yards, which still stands to this day. And then the very next year afterwards, you know, he ended up missing 2 games. He rushed for only 1,200 yards. So it's always going to be a drop-off when a running back rushes for 2,000 yards. I don't think they're just saying as well, look, come hell or high water, we're going to run this ball. We need to get play action involved. We need to, have them key in on Saquon so we can articulate that ball down the field. And look, that defense is not as good as it was last year either. Last year, look, let's just keep it all the way 100. In that fourth quarter, Cam Scatterbull milked that clock. He milked that clock all day long. Name me the last time a running back just ran through that Philadelphia Eagles defense like that. Can't name me one. Because they ran through them like a bad laxative. Just going to be real. So there's a lot of things that we need to be focused on. Number one, offense coordinator. Fourth one that Jalen Hurts is under. Got to relearn the offense. Got to relearn the philosophy. Number two, defense is not as good as it was before. Number three, there's always going to be a drop in production when that running back rush for over 2,000 yards. Now teams are keying in on it. Number four, you got to be committed to the run. You got to get that play action involved. Got to get it so where your receivers can get open. So there's a lot to unpack with the Philadelphia Eagles right now. I think people love taking the easy way out, and I don't know why this is. I think people love taking the easy way out and saying Jalen Hurts. But there's so many other factors that you could look at and say that. It's quite ironic. I would say this. People always say QB wins are not a QB stat, but when you lose, they damn sure want to pin that on you. I find it quite ironic that people say that.
Well, you know how it is, champ. And unfortunately, people, when they see the Eagles struggling, they're going to say, see, this is why Jalen Hurts is not an elite quarterback. Look, do I think Jalen Hurts is top 5, champ? No. But he is a top 10 quarterback. He is a good enough quarterback. I've often said, and I get a lot of hate from Eagles fans. They act as if I don't think Jalen Hurts is a good enough quarterback. No, I think he's a good enough quarterback. I think the Eagles should be more than proud to have him their signal caller. But to your point, champ, look at the list of offensive coordinators he work with. There's no stability. And what I like about it with Jalen Hurts, he's taking on more of the role of doing more. Now, when he's taking the role of doing more, somehow, some way, you're criticizing him. Somehow, some way, he's doing what he's supposed to, but still, it's not enough. And look, there are other problems we have to look at with the Eagles. We have to also look at Nick Sirianni. We have to look at the offensive coordinator. Shout out to our guy, Dwayne Coleman. Always pleasure having you on, checking on the podcast. When Patrick Mahomes wins, now everybody want to be over dramatic. That is pretty interesting. But my thing is, champ, people love to put the hate and the criticism on Jalen Hurts because they always say, well, it's about him. It's about the talent. It's about everything else. We've seen Jalen Hurts under difficult circumstances this year. After all, we talked about the 19-point deficit that they came back against the Los Angeles Rams. Look, it's obviously people want to criticize Jalen Hurts because of the style of offense. It's not splashy. It's not spectacular because it's not like every time they're going to throw for 300, 400 yards and 3-4 touchdowns. They get tired of the tush-push play. And yes, there have been times this season, and I must admit, Chip, there have been times that the refs got to do a better job calling the tush push because there have been times there should have been false. Am I lying, Chip? I mean,
no, you're not lying. They did a tush push 4 times in a row last night, and I know they false started around like 3 or 4 of them. I'm like, what the world?
And again, we have no problem with the tush push. We have what the problem is, and you even said to yourself, Chip, hey, if you have a problem with the tush push regarding the false starts that the Eagles get a pass, fair enough. And I am getting tired of it as well because I'm like, wait a minute, I got no problem with the tush push. However, the Eagles are getting all these passes with these false starts. And that's the problem that I have with the tush push. I don't have a problem with them using it. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If that's the best way for you in order to help you win a football game, hey, whatever it takes. But they're getting away with some of these tush pushes, and it's getting kind of ridiculous to the point. But I don't want to take anything away from what you're seeing from the New York Giants, champ. Look, say what you want about Russell Wilson. Jackson Dart has looked very impressive. He has looked very impressive for the New York Giants. And also, too, what's so scary? Wait until Malik Neighbors comes back next year. Because hopefully, what are we going to see? That's the biggest, and that's the biggest sadness. That's the biggest tragedy. Because, man, when Jackson Dart came in, how would the offense of him and Malik Neighbors? I mean, this is going to be exciting quarterback wide receiver duo. You said it about Cam Scatterboot, champ. He is the combination of both Mike Alstott and Christian McCaffrey. That defensive line with that front seven, with Thibodeau, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns. Early on, he was getting he was putting a lot of pressure on Jordan Mailata. I hope I'm pronouncing the last name right. I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, but man, he was getting after Jalen Hurts, which is exactly why that the Giants look great by picking up Brian Burns. But for the Eagles, they're going to have some concerns. Obviously, you're going to have concerns because it's not going to be easy for you to replicate what you did last year. Like I said, champ, when is it that a team in that division that's won it back-to-back years? You also brought up the stat in which running backs who've had an historic season, 2,000 yards or more, they've struggled the following year. So we expect that to happen. But I still believe that the Eagles will still compete in that division because Dallas, as great and explosive as their offense is, their defense is just atrocious. And Washington, it all depends on Jaden Daniels' health. But I did tell you about, this young running back, Merritt, who also signed a Nike deal. Why do you think I had no problem moving on from Brian Robinson Jr.? And I love Robinson Jr., but he has had ability problems. And look, man, BRF, I'm gonna let you go. But honestly, the New York Giants, to me, what it tells me more than anything, they are a better team that they are given credit for. Because they really should be winning 3 or 4 games. They really are. And wait until Malik Neighbors comes back. And I said in the video, okay, how is Brian Daboll going to keep his job? If we see this type of potential from Jackson Dart and with this offense, could we see Brian Daboll keep his job? Because early on, champ, and you pointed out that offensive line, he was getting into fights with Malik Neighbors and with the offensive linemen. So I don't see the New York Giants winning the division. But if the New York Giants could be decent enough to show flashes of what they could potentially be, could there be a possibility that Daboll can keep his job?
Yep. And there'll be a possibility if they make it to the playoffs, even on a 9-8 record. We need to start talking about co-rookie of the year with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboot. We need to really, really look into that because this offense looks very, very different with him and Cam. I mean, and look, it's like two frat brothers like playing with each other, man. It's kind of crazy. They are excited to play around each other. You see the
white bad boys.
Yeah,
you know, bad boys with Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. They're the bad boys, the white bad boys.
Well, no, that was Brady and Gronk. So we got to get him another thing. You know, we got to get him another thing.
What, Starsky and Hutch?
Yeah, we could give them
21 Jump Street. 21 Jump Street.
But when you really, really look at them, they enjoy playing together, man. If they make it, especially if Cam Scatterboot have another performance like he did last night, and Jackson Dart is able to maintain this momentum, I think we need to have some talks about co-rookie of the year. Yes, we know it's only 5 games. It's an over-evaluation. But if you really look at the top 3 backs right about now coming into this rookie class, it's Ashton Jetty right now,
Yes.
Quinshawn Judkins, and then right behind him is none other than who? Cam Scatterbo. So guess what? Those are the three leading rushers as far as rookies are concerned. So if he's able to beat those two out, who was drafted higher than he was, by the way, and help this team go to a playoffs, which I don't think those other two are doing at this point, or going to have a chance to do at this point. I don't think the Cleveland Browns are going nowhere fast, even if they do put Sador in there. And when you think about the Las Vegas Raiders, well, the Los Angeles Raiders, well, the Oakland Raiders, or the Alaska Raiders, or whatever they is this week, or whoever going to offer to build them another stadium or give them some more money, if you really think about them, they're not going anywhere fast. So I think that if this New York Giants team is able to go to a playoff game, even if it is a wild card 9-18, even if they are able to do that, not only will it save Brian Dable's job, but we also need to have a talk about co-rookie of the year with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, especially if we see more of what we saw last night.
You could have just said the Bishop Sycamore Raiders.
Yeah, that's fair too. Because man, I'm gonna just be real. They ain't worth the salt in the bread right about now. So yeah.
Well, they chitlins or pig's feet, burnt toast right now, especially how the way Geno Smith has been playing. But as far as rookie of the year right now, I give it Emeka Ibuka, but that's a story for another day because almost every single game he has scored a touchdown and coming off that big performance against the Seattle Seahawks. But we'll talk about that later. But BRF, what are your thoughts on last night's game between the Eagles and Giants?
Yeah, I was kind of about to say, Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo, they are playing good ball, but Emeka Ibuka, if the season were to end today, he is the definitive offensive rookie of the year. He's definitive. 25 catches, 445 yards, and 5 touchdowns in 5 games. Nah, yeah, he got that on lock right now. But they're doing good. But to go to that game last night, I feel like any team that has AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Saquon Barkley on your offensive side, you should not be this disgusting on offense. They're bad. I think they've only scored like 142. They scored like 100. They scored 142 points so far this year, which ain't bad. But you have to think about like some of the games they've had. They've looked bad this year. Like, I'll find the stats, but either way, it's like you shouldn't have that many skilled playmakers on your offense and look as bad as you've looked so far. Just like it's hard to explain, and that doesn't just fall on Jalen Hurts. You have to look at the offensive coordinator as well, because his play calling isn't necessarily like doing the job necessary right now to get everybody involved. I'm like, there's no excuse as to why AJ Brown isn't seeing at least 8, 10, 12 targets a game. No excuse why Devontae Smith shouldn't be seeing his 7 to 9 targets. Saquon Barkley should be touching the ball. Kind of putting his stamp on, on defenses and kind of, just kind of reminding everybody who he is and why honestly he was the best offensive player in the league last year. And just it's the lack of consistency from the offense. It's the lack of run defense. Like, I'm sorry. No team with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis as your anchors in the middle should be getting lit up in the run game like that. And I don't shout him out much, but I will shout out Emmanuel Acho on this. He made a pretty good statement. I saw this on IG. Cam Scatterbo was he was checking man cards last night. And every single one of them bad boys were declining on the Philadelphia Eagles last night. They were scared to hit him. They got scared to hit him. Whether it was Adoree Jackson, whether it was the linebacking core, they did not want to tackle that man, especially when it got late in the fourth quarter. I mean, he basically imposed his will on that Philly defense, and that's kind of crazy, and it's crazy to say because like the Giants got up, scored that 13 points really quick, but then the Eagles came back, made it a 17-13 game. You're thinking like, oh, okay. Offense starting to feel a little bit. Okay, they about to snowball this. And then the Giants from that point on just imposed physical will on the Philadelphia Eagles on both sides of the ball. Jackson Dart has so far kind of played up to par being a first round draft pick. He's distributing the ball when he needs to make it, when he needs to run the ball, make a play with his feet. He's making plays with his feet, scoring touchdowns, obviously by last night. Just and Wandale Robinson was the guy I was looking to as like the next man up on the wide receiver core after Malik Neighbors got hurt. He's like one of these do it all kind of wide receivers. Like whether it's he's a good deep threat. He's a good route runner. He's good as far as like yak, but then also on gadget plays, trick plays. He's one of those types that you can get in the midst of gadget trick plays. I mean, he's got the quickness, he's got the agility to make plays out of nothing. I mean, he was a guy I was looking at as the next up. Who's gonna fill that void with Malik Neighbors being out for the rest of the season? And Wandale Robinson just strikes me as that guy who could kind of take a hold of this spot with Malik Neighbors being out and really make a name for himself and establishing himself as one of the young up and coming guys in the league. So shout out to Wandale Robinson for having a really good game last night. But this is what I'll say as far as the Eagles and Jalen Hurts is concerned. This is why when everybody was talking about Jalen Hurts' top 5 and this and that, and I was like, and we talked about it on our show as well, and it's like Jalen Hurts isn't like, when you look at the quarterback play and you look at how the standard of quarterback play across the league is concerned, I didn't have Jalen Hurts in the top 5, but I mean, honestly, outside of the big 4 coming into this season, there wasn't necessarily like a definitive guy, for that 5th spot. When you look at Matt Stafford, when you look at Justin Herbert, when you look at guys like that, I guess if you want to put CJ Stroud in it coming into the year, when you look at guys like that, and then with Jalen Hurts, I mean, I think they were that next tier for me. It's like there wasn't really like a definitive person to really stand out. But this is a lot of reason why I really didn't want to listen to critics. I didn't, as far as like Jalen Hurts is concerned, because I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen with Jalen Hurts. I've never seen a quarterback. I haven't seen a quarterback really this polarizing in a while. From a standpoint of, if he plays bad, everybody jumps on him. See, I told you he wasn't this. I told you he wasn't, a top Now you got people talking about he's a bottom 8, bottom 10 quarterback. I'm like, this what I forgot. But then again, I forgot that this is what we do. This is the clickbait era. This is the hot take era. This is the era of quick reactions. Something. Trust me, us being Falcons fans, 30-0 happened, and then all of a sudden Michael Penix became trash after one game. So believe you me when I say this is the era of the quick reaction of the everybody wants to be right and all of this. And it's like that game was not all on Jalen Hurts because that defense looked horrible last night against the New York Giants. So against the New York Giants of all teams, the New York Giants, the team that just got their butts whooped the week before by the New Orleans Saints.
The Aints
got their butts whooped by the Saints the week before. As a Philadelphia Eagles fan, as a Philadelphia Eagles player, you got to look at that a little bit and be like, okay, we just go in, we execute the game plan, we stay true to who we are, we run them out the building. The New York Giants took you completely out of your comfort zone. They dictated the tempo. They dictated everything about that game last night. And it's just like as the game got late in the game, it was Cam Scatterboo here, Cam Scatterboo here. Jackson Dart would take a run here, but it was mainly, I mean, come on, man, 19 carries, 98 yards, and 3 touchdowns. That's a man imposing his will on a defense. I mean, and Champ was on it when he called Cam Scatterboo before the year. I mean, and honestly, it made sense because when you come into this season, although the Giants brass did like Tyrone Tracy Jr., especially after the year he had last year, you look at Cam Scatterboo, you look at the swag he's coming in with, you look at how he played at Arizona State. I mean, he's coming in with height. So you look at that, and you're thinking like, okay, we got a player here, we got a talent, we got somebody who we could ultimately build around these next few years. So in a way, I'm not surprised either that Cam Scatterboo's playing well because he checks all the boxes. I mean, you wouldn't think a guy with his style of play, being as physical as he is, can run away from people when he needs to. But Cam Scatterboo can run away from people when he needs to. I mean, he's not slow by any means. He's an agile back. He's not just a power back. Obviously, when you look at his play out of the backfield, being able to catch the ball, he's an all around, all purpose back. So I mean, it's like the New York Giants just drafting him. They kind of fell into it. Like there are a few teams that got guys that weren't like first, second round picks. You know, you like some third and some fourth round guys that are just balling around the league, and these teams are like, yeah, you see, this is what happens when you don't do your due diligence in scouting. Now we got a guy who might have first, second round talent. We got him third, fourth, sometimes fifth round, and now he's starting and making a big impact for our team and our franchise. So you got to give the New York Giants scouting much props for being able to land a Scatterboo where they did. I believe he was in the fourth round, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, he got drafted in the fourth round.
So to land a guy like that with that high of potential in the fourth round, that speaks for your ability to scout, and that speaks for your ability to eye talent. So shout out, because we don't. This is what I'll say about the New York Giants is like they're hit and miss. They are very hit and miss. Because they have swung and missed on some players, but when they nail some players, they nail some players. Whether it's Odell Beckham Jr., whether it's Jeremy Shockey back in the day, whether it's Osi Umenyiora back in the day, whether it's Justin Tuck, now you look at guys like Malik Neighbors, you look at guys like a guy like Cam Scatterboo. Now you have to look at a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson, who was drafted late in the draft and is making immediate dividends and impact. So the Giants have actually done a decent job in terms of drafting, and it's not just the first round talent, it's the late talent, because a lot of those guys I named weren't first rounders. So you got to give a shout out to the Giants brass over the past like decade and a half, 2 decades, to be able to find diamonds in the rough and turn them into quality ball players. So you got to give them props for that. But I'll finish with this though. If I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, I do still think at the end of the day the Philadelphia Eagles are still the best team in the NFC East. I still think they're going to win the division. I think I was talking about this on Brandon's pod the other night. And I think me and Leaf was kind of talking about this a little bit. I think they kind of coasting a little bit right now. You don't want to see it, but I do think right now they're kind of coasting and they're just trying to like kind of find footing. Because I do think the Eagles are the type of team that when they finally do find their footing, it's going to be just balls to the wall, just full speed ahead for the rest of the year. So it's kind of one of them situations where it's like if I'm a team and I got the Eagles on their schedule now, if you play them, if you're going to get them before they figure it out again, because when they figure it out again, they're going to be right back in the mix, and we're going to be talking about them possibly representing NFC in the Super Bowl. I still think they have that type of talent. I do think a team like the Eagles can figure it out, can round everything up and get everything going again. I think the X factor in all this is AJ Brown, because his attitude can be super. His attitude, if they don't get it corrected, could really drain the life out of this team if they don't find something to kind of like nip that in the bud. So the AJ Brown
reports possibly that he may be traded after the season.
Especially if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, that's definitely something you might want to look into, because it's like it's the same old act with him. It's like he's happy for a little. Yeah, he's not that bad. He's not that bad. He's not that demonstrative. But if he keeps going the way he's going, we're gonna really start comparing him to what T.O. was in Philly. He's not at that much. He is not at that demonstrative of a level yet. So I feel like there's still time to kind of kind of salvage that, kind of get him back on the right foot and get him back on the, get him back on the same page with his teammates or whatever. But they need to nip it now, because if they don't, that could really kill morale. That could really be a toxic situation. And instead of just worrying about football, you're worrying about, especially as Jalen Hurts, you're worrying about having to please AJ Brown instead of just doing what you do best, which is just distribute the ball. You got AJ Brown, you got Devontae Smith, you have Dallas Goedert, you have Saquon Barkley in the backfield who could catch as well. The only thing you need to be worrying about is Jalen Hurts is just distributing the ball and making sure everybody's getting involved. But you shouldn't have to worry about one guy being upset, having to make this guy happy so things can just float right along. You shouldn't have to worry about that. So I will definitely be monitoring the AJ Brown situation as this season progresses, because it could get really bad really quick, especially if they keep losing, if they're losing close ball games and say AJ Brown gets 4 targets. Oh boy. Let more losses like that happen. Boy, it could get real ugly real quick. Like homie Champ say, get uglier than the masterpiece sneakers.
Can I ask a question real quick, PSP?
Go ahead.
If the team just goes on a roll and they're not able to get him the targets, I mean, let me rephrase that question. If a team is winning, shouldn't the only thing that matter is that they're winning? And do you feel like AJ Brown is getting enough criticism, because even before these last 2 losses, he was complaining, doing cryptic tweets and stuff like that. Do you feel like he should get more criticism? And the thing is, if this were any other team, won't we be pointing to the receiver saying, hey, bro, you need to kind of fall in line because the team is winning right now. You're trying to go for a repeat and you're out here complaining. But instead, the media, content creators, everybody want to just point to Jalen Hurts. How do y'all feel about that?
My thing is, look, I understand I understand the teams. They're trying to do whatever they can to win, but I can also understand from AJ Brown's standpoint, you traded up for us to win a Super Bowl, which we ultimately did, but you also paid me this amount of money to play at an elite level. And if I'm not getting more targets, even though we're winning, but I still feel like I'm not doing my job, then what does that say? I believe for AJ Brown, he needs to go elsewhere. I believe after this is over, the Eagles should, so that he can play with a quarterback that can get him the football, so that he won't have to be complaining and whining. Because my thing is, he's already been to 2 Super Bowls. I've already won a Super Bowl. Heck, the best possibility for me is play with a top-notch quarterback or a top 10 quarterback, me getting my numbers. And if I play consistently, I have a good enough chance of making the Hall of Fame. And I think Jalen Hurts does get a lot of criticism, and unfairly so. Get criticism because, after all, he does play the quarterback position. So he can't be absolved either. But at the same time, when you're working with numerous offensive coordinators, I mean, how is that going to help him out? So that's on him. That's on Nick Sirianni. That's on the offensive coordinators with the play calling. And look, Eagles, they just figure out what type of offense to work with them. But Jalen Hurts, whether anyone wants to believe it or not, has done his 8 touchdowns, only 1 interception. He's on pace to throw 23 touchdowns to only 3 interceptions. And again, we don't expect Jalen Hurts to put up prolific numbers because you didn't draft him. If that was the case, then why wasn't he drafted early? He was drafted in the 2nd round as a backup behind Carson Wentz. They drafted him because, again, Carson Wentz had durability problems. They moved on from Nick Foles, so just in case, if Carson Wentz goes down, hey, we have Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts has been much more. Again, his best year in terms of football was the year when he took the Eagles to the Super Bowl the first time, because that was the year he made All-Pro. Had it not been for the injury, he would have won the league MVP. He was on pace to win the league MVP, but it ended up going to Patrick Mahomes No problem with that because of what Patrick Mahomes was able to do the first year without Tyreek Hill. Over 5,000 yards, 41 touchdown passes. But with A.J. Brown, we expect that, though, because we've seen that before with wide receivers who've been labeled divas. Even though A.J. Brown is probably thinking about more about himself than the team, but if you're in Philadelphia, you knew what you were getting yourself into.
Mhm.
And again, you're not paying him $33 million just to be serviceable. So that's how I look at it.
That's fair.
Yeah, pretty much agree with. I agree with PSP for the most part. As far as like, I mean, I get where it's coming from because like, yeah, I mean, if you're AJ Brown and you're getting the type of money that he's making, they are paying. Like we recognize, I think a lot of people universally recognize AJ Brown as a top 5 wide receiver in the league. I think a lot of us have him behind Jettison Chase in terms of just sheer talent and ability, and I think that's fair to say. So I mean, you're paying him that level of money to be that level of wide receiver. So I kind of get that where I get it where he's coming from that perspective. But at the same time, though, I the Eagles have been down this road, so I want to give them the benefit of the doubt of if they understand what they have in AJ Brown, and they should understand the elite level talent they have in AJ Brown. So I feel like ultimately they are going to get it together because I think they should understand that even though they do have Saquon Barkley, who's still arguably the best back in the league, they have to get it to where that play action is running on all cylinders to where Jalen can go deep to AJ and Devontae Smith. So they should understand the impact AJ Brown will still have for this team when they're winning games and when they're clicking on all cylinders. They know what's going on because when they're clicking on all cylinders, Saquon Barkley is doing his thing out of the backfield, which sets up play action, which allows AJ Brown and Devontae Smith to be elite deep threats, which allow them to get the ball in space, be able to make guys miss. I feel like both of their yak ability is really, really good. I mean, AJ Brown's is some of the best in the league, obviously, but I don't think we need to sleep on Devontae Smith's yak ability. He's got good yak ability as well. So I think the Eagles as a team understand how much better of a team they are when it's all running, and that includes AJ Brown. So hopefully they will get it together and know that they're not going to win if AJ Brown isn't at the very least taking tops off the defenses and making them respect him to where everybody else can really do their thing. Because let's keep it a buck, I don't think we were really talking about this team being a super team until AJ Brown got there, because AJ Brown opened up everything for everybody else when he got there, because they finally had an elite, true wide receiver one that takes pressure off of everybody involved, whether it was Devontae, whether it was Dallas Goedert, whether it was at the time DeAndre Swift. He takes pressure off of everybody. So I feel like they know this, and I'm hoping they realize this again, and they'll start getting the ball, because I definitely get where PSP coming from. You're not paying that man all that money to be a decoy and to be serviceable. You're paying him to be a top 3 receiver in the league. So I expect that it will come in these coming weeks.
Hopefully. But again, only time will tell. But all this criticism about Jalen Hurts, look, Jalen Hurts is trying to do the best that he can. You can't expect the Eagles to pick up where they left off after last season. And the competition in the NFC, I mean, Green Bay, even though they struggled defensively against the Dallas Cowboys, you saw how the way the offense was clicking. And of course, we can't ignore Washington, and we certainly can't ignore San Francisco. And there's one team which we will definitely get into right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, that was the best game of the week as far as I was concerned last week, because we saw the rival matchup between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, 2 quarterbacks that were drafted in the 2018 NFL draft. Baker, obviously the number 1 overall pick. Sam Darnold, the 3rd overall pick. Look, champ, BRF, look, we've said it before. the Deshaun Watson trade is without question one of the worst trades in football history, and I don't need to say anything more about Baker Mayfield. He's had not one, not two, not three, but fourth quarter comebacks. He's had to do this play this well, this elite this season without some noticeable players. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, who unfortunately will be out in the San Francisco 49ers game this week. Tristan Wirfs, he's had to miss games, their best offensive lineman. Bucky Irving, their best running back, he had to miss the game against Seattle. But somehow, some way, Baker Mayfield just finds ways to win. He's looking like the old Baker Mayfield from his glory days at Oklahoma, the year when he won the Heisman Trophy back in 2017. He's even looking like the Baker Mayfield he was in 2018, when he definitely had a really good rookie season. People have forgotten how good Baker was as a rookie. Because remember, before Justin Herbert had the record, Baker Mayfield had the record for the most touchdown passes, and what he was able to bring to the table for Cleveland, considering how awful they were the first 2 years. And look, Baker, for all this narrative about him being a coach killer, an offensive coordinator's nightmare, he's helped some offensive coordinators getting jobs, particularly Liam Cohen, who was the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And last year, Baker Mayfield, I think he finished second in the NFL in touchdown passes, only behind, I think, Joe Burrow. It tells you that Baker Mayfield, coaching does matter, but also to Baker, it's not just the offense. It's also about him. He has been underrated. Some of the throws that he made in that game, including the deep ball to Emeka Ibuka, although it was a little behind him, Baker has a stronger arm than people give him credit for. He has a stronger arm than really give him credit for. So when you look at this team and when you look at what they have around them, it's special. They have the talent. They have the skill. Now, it's going to be tough for them because, again, in the NFC, but Baker, like I've said before, man, if the season ended today, just today, you can make arguments for Josh Allen. You can make arguments for anybody else or Dak Prescott. But Baker Mayfield belongs in that conversation because you look at the numbers that Baker Mayfield has put up this season. Let me go find the stats out from ESPN right now. Sorry, fellas. But if you look at Baker Mayfield, 10 touchdown passes, only 1 interception, 4th in the NFL passing yards. He's 8th in QBR. He's on pace to throw 34 touchdowns to only 3 interceptions and over 4,300 yards. Baker Mayfield, I don't know what more to say. And Sam Darnold had a hell of a game. Had it not been for a couple of those turnovers, who knows? Seattle would have won that game as well. It was an exciting game. 2 teams above 500 competing, going back to back. Levante David made the key interception. But man, Baker Mayfield, my God, he has been playing out of his mind lately. And it just shows you Baker has that chip and that dog. And by the way, the fans who pissed off Baker before the game, don't poke the bear, because if you do that, you're asking for an awful lot of trouble. And that's exactly what you saw from Baker last week against Seattle. But BRF, man, I know it was tough for you because, again, you are an Atlanta Falcons fan. But again, you're going to have a hard time dealing with Baker Mayfield and that Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense. Because even though you mentioned Trips and Chris Godwin in week 1, but I told you they're loaded, and wait until they get Jalen McMillan back sooner or later.
And to come back to that, we held them to 17 points for most of that game. They just made a heck of a comeback at the end of the game.
You got to give credit where credit is due. They won.
Yay. I get that, but I'm just saying the Falcon defense played a hell of a game that game. Baker Mayfield just made the plays when it mattered on that last drive. But the Falcon defense did a hell of a job that game. They held them 17 points before that last drive. So that's just a testament to how good that's a testament to how good we've been on defense.
Yes, I
Considering
know they
how
got the
they've been
number
playing.
one defense in the NFL. I understand that, but
Exactly.
still, you won't have a.
I'm leading into what I'm saying. Hold on, I'm leading into what I'm saying.
All
That
right.
so what I'm saying is seeing how Tampa has played on offense since shows how good we've been on defense this year. Seeing what they've done on offense since that game, they've been lighting everybody else up. They didn't light us up. They beat us, but they didn't light us up by any stretch. They've been lighting everybody else up since. That's a testament to how good, in my opinion, our defense is. The fact that that offense has been smoking since week one. Baker Mayfield is the MVP right now. If the season ended today, he's the league MVP. He's the league MVP. I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. Even with Josh Allen playing the way he's played, even with Matthew Stafford playing the way he's played this year, even with Justin Herbert outside. I mean, yeah, he had a poor showing against the Washington and against your Commanders, and that y'all took them to the woodshed. I'm gonna just keep it a buck.
And the Giants too.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Right. But I mean, he's been playing well. But Baker Mayfield, at the season ended today, he will get my vote for league MVP. The consistency, the tenacity, just his ability to make throws in clutch situations when you're not expecting him to make these throws, and he's hitting them on the dime. Just everything about him screams right now. He's the MVP of the league right now, even though I know we're just 5 weeks in. But I would give it to him right now. He's just been that good. Emeka Ibuka is my offensive rookie of the year. 25 catches, 445 yards, and 5 touchdowns already. The dude has been immaculate this year. And I mean, hey, it's Ohio State. I mean, what more do you expect from the Ohio State University when it comes to producing wide receivers in this league? Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, his counterpart in that game, Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, it's Ohio. Chris Olave. I mean, Garrett Wilson. I mean, what? It's Ohio State. This is what they do. They produce beasts at wide receiver. They got 2, and they got not just one more, but 2 more getting ready to come out. And Jeremiah Smith and Cornell Tate. They got 2 more monsters about to get ready to come out. That's just Ohio State producing just god tier wide receivers. It's just what they do. So, but the thing with Tampa that worries me, and it peaked its ugly head Sunday against Seattle, is that defense. It's that defense, and it's going to be that defense, because that was gunfight at the OK Corral, if there ever was one, because Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold put on a quarterback clinic for that entire game, the way they dissected the opposing defenses in that game. And shout out to Sam Darnold. Everybody that was getting ready to say, oh no, one hit wonder, he got his money, he's got a flop, he's about to flop. Well, guess what, y'all? He hasn't flopped yet. So shout out to Sam Darnold. He's playing some ball this year too. So shout out to him. But like I said, back to Baker and Tampa. They are going to be a force. Because I mean, if you're looking at like the Phillies and the Detroits of the world who are gonna be there, who might like if you want to go tier 1, I would probably go Philly. I would go Detroit. I would probably put Tampa ahead of Green Bay as far as like tier 1 NFC. Man, this NFC is going to be so fun to watch down the stretch, because there are going to be so many teams. There's got to be, you got 7 spots in the NFC. 11 teams in the NFC have a claim to all 7 of those spots. The NFC is just so wide open with average to good to really good teams that could get any of those spots. And I'm all for it. I am here for it. And I think Tampa Bay, to me, is one of those teams that if you're like, let's say Tampa is like a 3, let's say Tampa wins the South, and there are 3 or 4, and they have to travel ultimately. Let's say they have to ultimately travel like after the wild card. They have to ultimately travel for the divisional and potentially an NFC Championship game. If I'm those home teams and I see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming into my backyard, I am literally sweating and I'm having cold sweats in my sleep that entire week, having to worry about that offense because eventually Mike Evans is coming back. Eventually Chris Godwin is coming back. Like he's going to get back to himself. Ultimately, Jalen McMillan is coming back. Bucky Irving is coming back.
Oh, you got the number one defense. You got the number 1 defense in the NFL, big fella.
That don't mean we don't worry. That don't mean we don't worry about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're still an offense to be worried with. Let's be real about this. Let's be real about this.
And by the way, BRF, to steal your thunder, just like you said, how you were able to do your part against Tampa in week 1. Remember, week 3, you kind of did struggle. Matter of fact, it was a BTA whooping when Carolina against y'all team. Although y'all defense did the best y'all could.
But what did we do to y'all week 4? Just saying.
Oh, you did. Oh, yeah. Hey. But remember, we had no Jaden Daniels and no Terry McLaurin.
Every analyst was still picking Washington to win that game, so I kind of don't want. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Analysts were still picking Washington to win that game.
Hold on, BRF. I ain't no analyst. I did not pick Washington in that game. And in fairness to me, Washington and Los Angeles, I actually picked the Chargers to beat Washington.
I do. See, but that's the thing, though. That's what. But I've always been iffy on the LA Chargers. I've always been iffy on them because it's like I'm waiting for them to finally stand up. I'm ready for them to take their, to take that mantle as like that next team on the come up. And every time you think they're on the come up.
What does your Georgia brother has always said? The quarterback cannot throw on his back. You had no Joe Alt and you had no Slater. So Justin Herbert going up against the Washington defensive line with Dan Quinn. And Dan Quinn. He used to coach for your Atlanta Falcons. His defense is his specialty. They were getting after Justin Herbert that day. To which Trey Lance at one point had to come in.
I watched a good portion of that game.
Mario Hampton, he's on injured reserve right now. So now you start running back out. So
he's out for the he's guaranteed out 4 games.
Yeah, so you pretty much SOL at least for now.
But BRF, I agree with you. Atlanta and Tampa, these are going to be the exciting teams, man. And with Michael Penix Jr. and Baker Mayfield, and with Atlanta's defense going up against Tampa at Tampa is going to be very, very interesting.
So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Oh, it's going more than fun, exciting. This is
yes, it is.
Big fella, undisputed world champ. Look, you've been speaking to the choir of Baker Mayfield. I mean, champ prior, past the champ. You've been preaching to the Baker Mayfield audience. I'm starting to feel like more and more undisputed world champ, although he a Georgia Bulldogs fan, he might be leaning towards the Oklahoma Sooners. I wouldn't mind him bringing on to Norman, Oklahoma. But you have been a bigger defender of Baker Mayfield because you've often talked about how Cleveland, how they wanted an adult in the locker room, and they brought in Deshaun Watson, which we already don't need to get into there. You talked about how coaching, how the best thing that ever happened to him was with Sean McVay, helping him out during his time in Los Angeles, and now where he is at this point in his career. Your thoughts on the game, your thoughts on Baker, and so much more.
Hey, Tampa Bay, Bucks gonna shine and ready to play. Yes, I know that fight song, man. But look, to piggyback on your point, look, I've been following Blake. Look, I'm just gonna be real. I have been following Baker Mayfield, one of my best friends, Big Cal. Shout out to my boy Big Cal, man. Gonna see you tomorrow when college football comes on, man. Every Saturday we meet. But I've been following him ever since that time. As you all know, my best friend, much like PSP, is a Oklahoma Sooners fan. So other than when we play each other, I cheer for the Oklahoma Sooners. Just gonna keep it all the way at 100. Plus, you know, hey, wishbone offense going back in the day, Jamel, you know, Alonzo, all of those guys. Jamel, I think his name Jamel Holloway, Troy Aikman before he went to UCLA, Spencer Tillman, all those guys. I know those guys. I know those players, man. Running the wishbone back in the day, doing your thing. So, not to mention the Bars, not to mention Adrian Peterson, Bob Stoops. Yeah, I know the history of that program. So when they're not playing Georgia, I root for Oklahoma. Plus, y'all Southern, y'all came down to your Southern roots at this point. Y'all part of the SEC now. So yeah, I gotta show Southern loyalty at this point. But I will say this, man. Look, the reason I've been such a defender of Baker Mayfield because I've seen what he can do when he's at his optimal. Because he lit our asses up when we was in doing that Rose Bowl game, and I will stand on that hill. That was one of the greatest games of all time in Rose Bowl history. Because they was lighting us up like Christmas trees in December. I mean, it was crazy. It was 20-3 at halftime. I'm like, damn, we made it all this way just to get beat like this. Because they was, look, half of that offense right about now is in the pros. And half of them Pro Bowlers. Let's just keep it all the way above. You know, CeeDee Lamb, Hollywood Brown, Joe Mixon, Baker Mayfield himself, not to mention Mark Andrews. Need I say more? They was lighting our ass up, you know. But, you know, fortunately, Kirby Smart, they was able to maneuver some things and we was able to win the game. But that was great. One of them, what I like to call a heart attack game.
Like Ohio State?
Yeah, 2 heart attack games in a row. I mean, damn. But I'm just gonna be real, man. That's what happens when you have the coaching. That's what happens when you have the front office behind you. That's what happens when you actually have people who are invested in. I don't think this is talked about enough. I don't think Kevin Stefanski likes the Hollywood quarterback. I really don't. I don't think that he likes the Hollywood cocky quarterback that is gonna jaw with his opponents, that is gonna be out in front of the media, that is going to be flamboyant, that is going to be cocky. I don't think he likes cocky quarterbacks. It's evident he got rid of Baker. And that's how come I feel like he's not anxious to start Shedeur Sanders. That's what I feel like. Just going to be very, very honest with you. But Baker Mayfield, he showed what he can do. He showed that he's great. And guess what? If the season ended today, he would be MVP. And like I stated, he's doing this with all of these players, these key players, they're injured. McMillan, Godwin, Evans, then you have his offensive line, they're hurt. Then his running back hurt. So going down the stretch late in the season, watch them. Watch them. As far as Sam Darnold is concerned, I'm so happy that he's showing what you can do with coaching. And apparently, Kyle Shanahan got another reclamation project on the way right about now with Mac Jones. You recently did a video about Mac Jones. So, look, all of these quarterbacks shows you what coaching does. Not just putting these guys out there and say, you're the savior of the franchise. This is what you're supposed to do. No, you have to coach these guys up. Ironically, every key player outside of Jerry Rice and Ronnie Lott that Bill Walsh drafted that was key pieces of the Super Bowl in the 80s and the early 90s, all of those guys went in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round. Joe Montana got drafted in the 4th round, in the 4th round. So that's what coaching does. And I don't think that when it comes down to quarterbacks these days, I don't think that we have a quarterback problem. I think that we have a coaching problem. Because you see what these guys do when they go to Sean McVay, when they go to Kyle Shanahan. You see what they do. They perform. So that's what coaching does. And I'm glad that these 2 top round picks are bringing light. I think it was that 2018 draft class right now with that 2018 draft class with their resume performing like they're performing. They're right on par with the 1983 draft class. They're right on par with them. Only thing they need is one of them to win a couple of Super Bowls. So they're right on par with them. So just being honest, man. I mean, you have got a 2-time MVP. you more than likely are going to have another MVP in the form of Baker Mayfield, something that only, and like I said, going back to the 84 draft class, they had 2 MVPs, Dan Marino, John Elway. So, yeah, I think that this quarterback class is, as they get to the twilight of their career and the prime of their career, they're being right on par with that 83 draft class. And I'm loving what I'm seeing, especially for Baker Mayfield, who was ahead of that class. Like I stated, he gave my Georgia Bulldogs fits in that Rose Bowl game. And you saw what he can do. And even the great Doug Williams, he's been on record, who is the executive for your Washington Commanders.
First black quarterback to win the Super Bowl.
Yes, he was the first person to say the guy who's most pro ready at this point in that 2018 draft class was none other than Baker Mayfield. This Doug Williams now, the legendary Doug Williams. So yeah, that's why when Doug Williams sees something in you, plus you walked on the 2 programs, defying the odds every which way but left, there's something to be said about that. And I cannot wait to see if he can become the big dog this year, man. Especially following up behind. Can you imagine you transitioning from the greatest of all time in the form of Tom Brady, then you coming right back and winning the Super Bowl with Baker Mayfield? I know that my division rivals, I will have to tip my hat to the Tampa Bay Bucks because they did it right.
Well, in fairness to you, champ, you are consistent. I mean, you tipped your hat off to Drew Brees, and Drew Brees gave you and BRF and the Falcons a lot of fits during his time. And I can't think of a bigger Falcons fan of a Drew Brees supporter than you. Hell, you even made the argument Drew Brees should have won the MVP in 2011 over Aaron Rodgers. Although we respectfully disagree because and like Aaron Rodgers didn't put up pedestrian numbers, 45 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions with a 122.5 passer rating. And on top of that, they were 15-1, and their defense wasn't even that good that season. Yeah. But I understand your point, though, with Drew Brees because he had every passing statistic record. Passing yards.
He threw the record book.
Yes.
He grabbed that record book, tore it into pieces, and threw it away that season.
And when you look at Baker Mayfield, man, look, this may be one of the best football stories for a guy who was the number 1 overall pick, who had success in Cleveland. Still, he helped the Cleveland Browns get to the playoffs since since 2002. First won a playoff game since 1994. And when you look at where he is right now in Tampa, if he can win a Super Bowl in Tampa after the success of Tom Brady, that would be huge. And that would add to his Hall of Fame legacy, hopefully. But I love what I'm seeing from Baker. Sam Darnold has been great, man. But BRF, I did tell you, Baker in Tampa was no fluke. He is no fluke. He is no joke.
I never said that. Oh, I know you're not.
I know you. I know you never said that. But y'all gonna have a hard time. I mean, it's gonna be a hard time dealing with this type of offense. Now, the defense I'm concerned about with Tampa. They got to get that together. But that offense of Tampa is going to be loaded. And Baker, all this narrative about being a coach killer, franchise killer, that's now gone. But guys, I'm going to talk about the big game on Monday Night Football between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars won that game 31-28. I thought Patrick Mahomes played well, minus the pick 6 that he threw. I was concerned about Kansas City. Too many penalties, especially with special teams, with the return. Harris Butker kicking it out of bounds. I mean, a minute 45. Jacksonville starts at their own 40. Of course, people are going to bring up the last the play in which Chris Jones did not get after Trevor Lawrence, in which he got back from his feet and then scored on the touchdown. Is there a sign of things to be concerned about with Kansas City?
I'm hitting the panic button a little bit. I'm not full on hitting it, But I'm a little worried because with Kansas City, it was like if the offense is struggling a little bit, you could always kind of count on that defense to be gritty and keep opponents down and keep the offense in the game in a position to where they could ultimately make the plays they need to ultimately pull it out. The defense looking the way they've looked is what's giving me a little pause for cause, a little bit for concern, because they let Jacksonville just kind of have their way with them. And like we're sitting here, putting a little life into Trevor Lawrence because of the Kansas City Chiefs and how they looked on defense. I was not expecting that so soon. Do I don't see, that's the thing. Normally it's always like, well, hey, you got Mahomes, you got Reed. It's Kansas City. It's like no matter what's going on, they're gonna find a way to get through it. They're gonna find a way to get it together, and then they're gonna reel off some wins, and we're gonna forget this happened. But I don't know. It don't feel the same for me. It doesn't feel the same because it's like the offense isn't exactly, clicking on all cylinders. They did get Xavier Worthy back, and I do think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in this league. But there's like the running game is just like, I'm an Isaiah Pacheco fan. I'm like, what is going on with this running game? It's like non-existent. It's non-existent. They're not doing anything with this running game, and they're becoming really, really one-dimensional. And you know how to beat Kansas City. I mean, we've been literally given the blueprint as far as the way to beat Kansas City, and that's pressure with your front four. And you're definitely going to be able to get that if they're not running the ball, because there's no play action threat. There's no creativity. There's no threat. There's no taking your eye. There's no misdirection. So when you're a one-dimensional team, the defense, all they got to do is really pin their ears back and go get the quarterback. And if you're rushing Patrick Mahomes with 4 guys and you're getting home, that's the blueprint to get them, because you get him off of his spot. I mean, he's a great playmaker outside the pocket, don't get me wrong, but if you're getting him out of his spot more than what he wants, he's going to make bad throws, and he's gonna give you the ball. See the pick six. He's gonna give you the ball. So I'm not as quick to say, oh, it's Kansas City, I'm not worried about them, like I've been in years past, because and like you said, PSP, it's the penalties, it's the discipline. A Kansas City team under Andy Reid playing this undisciplined is not a good sign. It's not a good sign. It's like, I don't know. For a team that's like however many defending time AFC champion they are right now, they look a little land of the misfit toyish. Like all the parts ain't fitting, and it's like I don't know. Like that AFC West has immediately become one of like a very, very wide open division when you have them and you have the Broncos and you have the LA Chargers. I mean, that division it's fair to say that division is finally up for grabs this year, especially with the way Kansas City's looked so far. Jacksonville, they played well that game. Brian Thomas finally had a coming out party this year. He showed up this week. Trevor Lawrence played a in my opinion, I don't think he played a spectacular game, but he played a really good game, and he was making throws, and like you know what? I'm gonna shout him out because he needs to be shouted out from the Jacksonville defense. Where is everybody criticizing Trayvon Walker now? Where is everybody criticizing Trayvon Walker? Because when he was drafted as the number 1 overall pick, everybody was like, man, what's Jacksonville doing? You have Aiden Hutchinson right there. What are you doing? That man has just politely turned into one of the best defensive ends in the league. And he doesn't get enough credit, and we don't talk about him enough. The boy he's legit. Because I think a lot of us looked at Trayvon Walker and we just said all the athletic ability in the world. He grows into that. Like as far as his body is concerned, he gets a little bigger. With all that athletic ability he has, the sky's gonna be the limit for him, because people should be used to Georgia defensive players that's coming into this league. And if they don't make an impact immediately within a couple of years, they're among the best at their position. They should be used to this by now. And Trayvon Walker is no exception to this. He does not get enough flowers. He does not get enough credit for being as good a defensive end as he is. And he has really become the face of that defense. He's become the face of that defense. And shout out to him for really playing well. And even though Aiden Hutchinson is obviously the best defensive play, like the best defensive lineman, the best end from that draft, Trayvon Walker is right behind him in terms of just his level of play. He's right there behind him, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that. Jacksonville did enough to win that game in terms of their defense, as far as pressuring Patrick Mahomes, making him make bad decisions, because I feel like to a certain extent, as long as he's been in the league and as good as he is in the league, he still has a slight issue reading certain defenses and reading certain coverages. And you can still kind of take advantage of that with Patrick Mahomes. And teams that beat him do a good job of still being able to disguise their coverages enough to throw him off his spot and make him make bad reads. So Jacksonville really did a good job, even though they allowed points. The defensive coordinator has to get credit from a standpoint of calling the right plays in the right moments in order to make the necessary plays to get them off the field and ultimately end up winning the game. So in all, that was a game that Jacksonville won, in my opinion. They won that game. I don't think that was a game Kansas City lost. That was a game that Jacksonville outplayed Kansas City and took that game from them. So that was a better game than I was expecting, and definitely not the result I was expecting. But you know what? At the end of the day, Jacksonville won that game, and I'm not hitting the panic button on Kansas City, but I am a little worried about them because I'm on the level with you, PSP. It's the discipline of this team. A team that's defending four-time AFC champion. You should not be playing that undisciplined. You just shouldn't.
You really shouldn't. Especially with the penalties, man. That's what's really killing them with Kansas City. But fortunately for them, sooner or later, Rashee Rice is going to come back after the 6-game suspension. But they're going to have a huge task because on October 12th, my birthday, they faced the Detroit Lions. And look, the Chiefs, they're looking to get revenge on the Lions because remember the season opener a couple of years ago. So that's going to be interesting to see. But big fella, what were your thoughts on the Chiefs-Jaguars game?
Number one, shout out to the Las Vegas Aces. Sweep over the Phoenix Mercury. So
greatest dynasty in that league. They might be the greatest dynasty in that league's history now.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Houston Comets, bro.
I put them right. I put them right up there with them. The league that turned. It's kind of that argument with the Patriots. League the turnover wasn't the same as it is now. And the fact that they've been able to win as many as they won with the way free agency is now with the WNBA, you have to put them right up there with them now.
That is fair to say, undisputed world champ.
That is fair to say. But, hey, man, you win 4 in a row, something that no team since the Celtics has done.
Hey, it's and the first 4 at that. So, I'm not going to knock the Houston Comets, but I think you put Vegas right up there with them.
Yes, indeed. Kansas City. Darn. I got to. Look, there's a lot wrong. And the thing is, everybody thought that just because they had beaten the Baltimore Ravens, things was on their way to getting better again, when it was not. It's a lot of discipline issues. It's a lot of let's just stop beating around the bush. You got to ask yourself, have the league just caught up with them at this point? How, every year they've lost a key piece. Lost Tyreek. They've lost Eric Bieniemy. They've lost, I remember they lost L'Jarius Sneed. They've lost a lot of key players. And look, my great people, didn't they lose their star center and their star guard? Didn't they lose Tooney this year? Didn't he get traded?
Yes. Tooney's in Chicago.
And then their center got traded as well, too, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So what is my motto, my go-to motto?
The quarterback can't throw on his
back. That's the thing. And people can talk all they want to about these milk-drinking quarterbacks. But I'm going to tell you this. The play of that offensive line is the only position that is not predicated on how good the other players around you are. That's the elephant in the room. You just lost two of your greatest offensive linemen. Both of those guys were Pro Bowlers. Tony was an All-Pro. Why are people not acknowledging that? Okay, you lose everything else, but you lost your star guard and you lost your star center. What hurt them when they faced the Tampa Bay Bucks in the Super Bowl? Oh, I got it. They didn't have their offensive line together. It's that line. The line is not what it used to be. Look, if you don't believe how great and how much impact having a stable offensive line does to a franchise, look no further than Joe Gibbs. Had the same line for damn near 10 years. There was a revolving door at the quarterback position. There was a revolving door at the running back position. There was a revolving door at the receiver position and the darn tight end position. There was a constant revolving door at the skill position in Washington in those days. The one constant was one thing, and that was them hogs. And that is why I will forever be an advocate of the most important position on that field, being us big boys. They call us linemen for a reason. We are line. Shout out to Coach Creek from Columbus, Georgia. Shout out to Coach Creek, Coach Walton. That's what they used to call us, linemen. That's what you go do. So that's how come Patrick Mahomes is running for his life. That is why you can't get any holes for Isaiah Pacheco to run to. And that's why the receiver timing is off. Because Patrick Mahomes is constantly getting rushed. He's constantly getting pressured. There's a lot more pressure on him every single game. He's getting sacked a lot more. And guess what? This defense is not as good as it was previously in order to pick up the slack.
Facts.
That line, a great offensive line can change the fortune of a terrible franchise, much less a dynasty franchise like the Kansas City Chiefs. I will forever say that. As far as Trevor Lawrence is concerned, again, coaching. Liam Cohen helped resurrect Baker Mayfield's career. Now he's helping
Trevor Lawrence to some extent.
To some extent. And look, Travis Hunter is doing his job. Brian
He
Thomas
played great too. He's better off the receiver than as a corner, and which is why moving forward he needs to play the wide receiver spot more often.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that 100%. And you got to think about this. Brian Thomas, if he can fix that drop problem that he's having this year, and he didn't have too much of one last game, it's going to be some smoke in the city for some teams for years to come. But the thing is, I know people love to talk about what's wrong with a team. They love to talk about the discipline, the receivers, but when you trade key offensive linemen, then guess what? That's going to change the fortune of that franchise. Now, your quarterback got to do a lot more work. Now, that running back, he got to find his own holes. That hole, look, man, when you got a great offensive line, that hole this big, you can drive a pickup truck through it. It's wide open. When you got a bad offensive line, that running back got to create his own holes. And not every running back is Barry Sanders and Walter Payton. Not every running back is a one-man game, especially these days. So the thing is, that offensive line and them trading those key offensive linemen, that changed a lot of things for this team. And like I stated, that exposes your weaknesses a lot more when you don't have those key offensive linemen on your team anymore. So,
and it's a contradiction to Kansas City, champ, because when they lost the Super Bowl to Tampa the first time, they added offensive line to address that issue, and they're going against what they doing. So if I'm Andy Reid, if I'm Clark Kunt, if I'm the Kunt family, what am I doing? And it makes no sense. And yes, Champ, no question about it, has defended the big fellas. Quarterback cannot throw behind his back. Matter of fact, Champ needs to be on the an ambassador for Destination DXL or for them frames for 9-5. Look no further. If Marcus Spears can do it, so can undisputed world champ. But
Yes, sir.
champ, the problem I have with this team is the undiscipline. And that's on Andy Reid as well. As great as he is a head coach, too many penalties that you're giving up. The running game, yeah, champ, you already addressed it with the offensive line. The only way they can be effective running is in goal line situations with Kareem Hunt, whether 3rd and 1 or in the red zone.
Yeah.
That's really about it. Um, I just think moving forward, they're gonna have to make some changes. They have to address the O line, whether in free agency or in the draft. They got to get some more weapons around them. But it was really disappointing for Kansas City. Again, you got to give credit where credit is due to Jacksonville. Liam Cohen is definitely making a strong case for Coach of the Year so far. But hey, but I want to talk about my Commanders versus the Chargers. Again, BRF, again, champ. I did not pick the Commanders to win that game against the Chargers. I just felt that, you know what, Jaden Daniels' first game back, how he would look. He looked relatively okay. There were some beautiful throws that he did make, though. But I was very, very, very impressed with what I saw from the Commanders defense. They made things difficult for Justin Herbert that day. It was a long day for Justin Herbert at which one point they had to bring in Trey Lance. In that game, Justin Herbert, 22 of 29, 166 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He was sacked 4 times in that game. And look, champ, I told you about the young running back. Let me see if I can try to get his name. I think it's Merritt. But this is one of the reasons why I had no problem moving on from Brian Robinson Jr. because either that we would have to pay him money, and I didn't want to do that if I was Washington, given his durability problems. I'm sorry, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, 14 carries, 111 yards. He also had 2 touchdowns in that game. Debo Samuels, 8'4", 96, and a touchdown. The deep ball that Jaden Daniels threw to Luke McCaffrey helped us out a lot as well, man. But Justin Herbert, yes, obviously he's going to get some blame. He's going to get some criticism, of course, because he is the quarterback of the team, and they look at his lack of playoff success, BRF and champ. But I look at this team, man. I look at Washington. I still think they can compete and win the NFC East because, like I said, it's going to be hard for that team to win that division back-to-back years. I am kind of concerned with Jaden Daniels' play a little bit and the injury. Could it be because of the sophomore slump? Who knows? But BRF, I'll let you go first. What were your thoughts on the Commanders-Chargers game?
That game, was won by Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt and that defense. Jane Daniels really didn't have to do all that much in that game because Washington's physicality pretty much dictated that entire game. Especially after the beginning of the third quarter, where their physicality really kind of took control. That Dan Quinn mindset, fast and physical. And they showed that second half was Dan Quinn in a nutshell. If you want to put on some game tape and you want to illustrate what Dan Quinn is as a coach in like 2 quarters, it was that second half of that game, the way they played and the way they got after Justin Herbert. They took control of that game where you're thinking LA might build momentum and kind of take control. Washington were having none of it. And whether it was, forcing turnovers, getting sacks, tackles for loss. Washington really took control, and then Krosky Merritt, his running ability, he's a solid runner. He's a solid back. Can catch out the backfield, can run between the tackles, can take toss sweeps. He's a solid back. So, like I said, that game was really the testament of the coaching style of Dan Quinn, and it's almost like how he's improved as a head coach since his run in Atlanta. Like there are some things he could need, and there are things he could still get better at as a coach. His time management still isn't the greatest, but you can kind of see where he's made strides in that since his Atlanta run. But he's at the end of the day with Dan Quinn, you know his defenses are going to go out and they're going to hit people for 4 quarters, and that defense is really that defense is taking on his mindset, and you could see it in their play. You could, especially the second half, you could see it every step of the way. That defense is all Dan Quinn. As far as the Chargers go, I mean, you hate it for Justin Herbert having no Joe Alt, having no Rashawn Slater. You hate it for him. And then on top of that, Omarion Hampton went on IR, so he's guaranteed to be out the next 4 weeks. So that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt him from a standpoint of just not having a reliable backfield guy. I mean, Kamani Vidal is decent, but I mean, look at Omarion Hampton. He's not Omarion Hampton. You already see the potential of what Omarion Hampton can be in this offense, and you're not going to have him for at least the next month, guaranteed. So that's going to hurt. So now this basically all falls on the shoulder of Justin Herbert again. And I will say this, though. Quentin Johnson finally is looking the part this year. He's been playing his butt off this year. He's finally looking the part. I mean, like Lad McConkey's Lad McConkey. I mean, he's going to be that slot guy. He's going to run those routes. He's going to make the tough catches. He's good as far as after the catch. And then Keenan Allen, I mean, come on, man, it's Keenan Allen. He's like the fastest to 1,000 catches or something like that. It's Keenan Allen. Yeah. He's always going to be that reliable outside perimeter threat that can pretty much do it all. He's not what he was at his peak, but he's still a really, really good wide receiver. So this is gonna fall on Justin Herbert and his ability to distribute and get those 3 guys involved with his offense, because I don't know how much of a running game they're going to have with Omarion Hampton being out and missing your bookends in Alt and Slater. That offensive line is going to have a time of it. So if Justin Herbert can pull this rabbit out of the hat and keep the LA Chargers competitive, I mean, he's looked really good so far this year outside of those losses to the Giants and Washington. If he can keep this up and he can keep the Chargers, afloat and really in it for that AFC West title, bro, we are definitely talking MVP consideration with Justin Herbert if he can keep this team afloat. But I mean, hey, it's Jim Harbaugh. He's been in pressurized situations before. He knows how to handle. He's been there. He understands what they're about to go through with these injuries. So it's going to be on him to be able to really coach this team up and have a next man up mentality with his tackles and with Kamani Vidal, who I'm pretty sure is probably going to be the starter now with Omarion Hampton being out. So it's gonna be up to those coaches creating good game plans and getting them in situations where they're able to produce to the highest of their ability. But yeah, that game was just all Washington in the second half. They really just, I mean, I hate to say they pulled the punt card out on the Chargers, but they really did that second half, and they really kind of forced their will on them, and the Chargers couldn't do nothing about it. I mean, they couldn't counteract anything Washington was doing. So shout out to the Commanders for really, really making a statement. They made and like especially after week 4 against us, they needed to come back and make a statement. And against a team like the Chargers, regardless of who they were missing, they still have Justin Herbert, who's one of the best QBs in the league. To make a statement like that on the road, that's a testament to the resiliency of the Washington Commanders. So definitely shout out to them.
Big fella.
Coaching. Man, Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury did a hell of a job. Remember, Jaden Daniels didn't play in this game. Jaden Daniels didn't play in this game.
He did play against the Chargers.
But there was the Chargers? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, the Chargers.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking about the damn Ravens. I apologize. Excuse me. I'm thinking about the damn Ravens. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, my bad. But damn, I lost my chain of thought. My bad. Let me reset this.
Were you distracted by Joy Taylor? Is that why?
No, man. But let me rewind myself just a little bit. Number one, you got to think about coaching as far as Dan Quinn is concerned, man. If you really want me to be honest, this team is still finding itself because people thought that the league had caught up with Jaden Daniels for a minute, and you heard it over the course of the first couple of games. Which, to BRF's point, man, I'm just gonna be real. we got to stop in the sports community. And I'm guilty of it as well because I'm always looking. And the reason why I'm guilty of it is because I'm always looking for a darn story. I have to be honest with you. I'm always looking for a story, looking for a narrative and things of that nature. I'm guilty of it. We have got to stop when 2 games happen. Oh my God, the lead is caught up with them. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. So let's just keep it all the way 100 and let's just give credit what credit is due. And big ups to that new running. Oh, y'all, you know your running back this week. He was offensive player of the week, right? Ground player of the week, right?
Yes, and I also tried to tell you this is one of the reasons why I had no problem moving on from Brian Robinson Jr.
Yes, I was getting to that as well. And look, Debo Samuel's also looking good in this offense.
Yeah, because he stopped hanging out with you. You used to call him Manos de Piedra. Y'all were hanging out at daiquiris and po' boys at one point, but he's gotten
He
in excellent shape.
Yeah,
he's in the contract year. I kind of told y'all this too. That boy in the contract year, he was gonna show up this year.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, the best way to show up is look, I need some more money before I end my NFL career. This might be the last big contract that I ever get. So guess what? I'm 30 years old. I only had one All Pro Bowl season. So yeah, now's the time to get me another fat contract. But big ups to them, man. And look, I feel sorry for the Chargers. I hate to regurgitate the same information that BRF stated, but when your team is being depleted like it is now, it's very, very hard to stay competitive. It's hard to stay competitive. You know, Marion Hampton, your offensive line, just to name a few. I mean, every time your pass rushers are out, to my knowledge. And yeah, it's kind of hard to stay competitive. Now, luckily, your receiving core is pretty good, and you got to look. Everybody keep talking about Keenan Allen, man. Look, man, let's not forget that boy from Georgia, Lad McConkey, because he's a dog as well. So he has on the receiving side the capability. I'm just concerned about his protection, man. And that's look. And I hate to keep going back to the offensive line, but that's a lot of things that you're seeing this season that's going on with a lot of quarterbacks this year. Joe Burrow is a prime example of that. And then I think it's going to get worse for the Cincinnati Bengals because they literally just traded for an Oldsmobile when it came to Joe Flacco. He's immobile. I'm just being real. He's an old look. He's an Oldsmobile. You had a Cutlass and you traded it in for an Oldsmobile. That's just what that is. So, you had the Cutlass Supreme, then you traded it for an Oldsmobile. And that's just what it is. It's getting progressively worse. Patrick Mahomes, same thing. Now Justin Herbert. It's hard to be successful as a quarterback when you are not protected by your line. When you got a clean jersey, you can go to the club every night right after the game because your jersey clean, everything's all good. But when them defensive linemen and everybody is constantly in your face, knocking you to the ground, pressuring you, forcing bad throws, that takes a toll very quickly. Very quickly. So, hey, Washington, I'm loving this ascension by them, man. And I'm going to just be real. I'm loving it because the thing is, not only do I love it for Magic Johnson and Josh Harris, this is a legend. People forget that Washington is a legendary franchise. Back in the day, you only saw three teams that was really on TV back in the 70s and, back in the 70s. And that was Pittsburgh, Washington, and the Cowboys. They're a flagship franchise in the NFL. And because of the suffering that they had to overcome over the years, from the death of the late, great Sean Taylor, who had the potential to be the greatest of all time, to dealing with so much gosh darn ineptitude when it came to Dan Snyder. Good God. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars in free agency every single year. Ain't nobody paying out except for a select few, mainly London Fletcher.
You mentioned we don't need to bring up Albert Hainsworth.
Albert.
Hey. That's what he looked like.
Moving forward, um, moving forward, but yeah, the Washington
It
Commanders
was
franchise
horrible.
suffered a lot. They suffered a lot, and not to mention, man, they're going back home to Washington D.C. You know,
Which is
after
a
all
great
the red
thing.
tape and everything that was going on in the city of Washington, they're going back home pretty soon. And so, not only do you have stability in the front office, you have stability in coaching, you have stability for at least the next 6 to 10 years at the quarterback position, and you're about to go back home to your home stadium in RFK Stadium. That's something that those fans have been craving for years, and I'm happy that it's finally come into fruition and it has finally come to pass. Because this is something. Look, when Washington, Dallas, Pittsburgh, those flagship franchises are winning, it's a whole nother flair to the NFL, a whole nother just to the NFL. So I'm glad the Washington Commanders are winning. I'm glad that they're taking steps in the right direction. And look, like I stated before, everybody kept criticizing Cliff Kingsbury back when he was in Arizona. Look at him now that he has a very, very cooperative quarterback. Look at him now. Don't be surprised if he ends up with a head coaching job very, very soon, another opportunity for it. So it's going, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with this Washington franchise. I'm loving what I'm seeing, man. Bring back the old uniforms, don't bring back the name.
Interesting. They're gonna actually. I don't know, champ. I don't know if you saw their away uniforms, the alternate away uniforms. Did you see it by any chance?
No, I ain't see them.
Let me see if I have it for you real quick. But I'll continue on because I am a diehard Washington Commanders fan. I love it. We were gonna have some struggles because Washington, look, there was nowhere to go but up.
Yes.
There was nowhere to go but up. I mean, down for Washington after the year that they had last season. There was nowhere to go but down after having the year that they had last season. But there was nowhere to go but up, considering what we had as an owner in Daniel Snyder, who to say that he was horrendous, champ, does not put it into proper perspective or context. He was a train wreck. He was a cluster. I mean, we don't need to detail all the off the field issues that he had. We don't need to discuss the sexual misconduct allegations that Washington had transpired. I mean, obviously keeping the name of the team for so long. The horrible free agent moves, one particularly Albert Hainsworth, and then Josh Norman. Remember when we got him? I think 5 years, 75 million. I think for like 50, when we already had Ryan Clark.
Exactly. Terrible.
So it was terrible. It was horrendous. It was awful for the Washington Commanders. And you know, it just I know I keep stuttering, but I just couldn't take it anymore. Hell, I just wanted to throw away my TV. That's how difficult it was being a Commanders fan, being an absolute laughing stock, because it was either the Giants, the Cowboys, or the Eagles. But you didn't really think much about Washington. Then we were starting to have a little something when we had RG3. But then RG3 with his durability problems and then the style of offense that he didn't want to play anymore. And then, but now with the new ownership, with Magic Johnson, with this team, I mean, Dan Quinn, who I was also skeptical of, because again, you looked at, I'm sorry, BRF, sorry, champ, his days back in Atlanta, but he's done a hell of a good job. Cliff Kingsbury, who at one point wanted gone, because again, I don't trust him during the second half of the season in terms of making adjustments, but he's put me wrong. And Jaden Daniels is obviously coachable, because I'm sorry, at this point, you talked about Kyler Murray and his immaturity. and everything else going on with the Arizona Cardinals. And we'll actually get into that. Oh, by the way, champ, these are the new uniforms with the Commanders.
Damn. Them smoking right there. I like
Yes.
them. Like I stated, they did just what I just said. They brought back the old uniforms, but then bring back the name. So that's good.
These are the away uniforms. I hope they bring out the home uniforms. But if they're going to do the new stadium, I recommend one thing. Please do it with grass, not turf, because you see MetLife Stadium. You know it's one of the worst stadiums to play because you saw what happened with Malik Neighbors. You saw what happened with Aaron Rodgers. You've seen a plethora of players who have been injured at MetLife Stadium. So if there's one thing I do recommend for Washington, please have actual grass.
Yeah, that's the worst. MetLife Stadium is the worst stadium since Veterans Stadium. And you really, if that's saying something. To be honest with you,
The
remember
Veteran
how
Stadium was trash.
no, it was just concrete. And they just put some damn carpet up over. So that's all they did. If no, look, you're laughing, but I will
Right.
never forget. I will never forget. I will never forget. Brian Billick literally refused to play a Monday night game live on Monday Night Football due to
I
how
remember
bad
that.
turf was. That's how bad it was. It was freaking horrible. It was freaking horrible. He literally refused to play a preseason game because of how bad that turf was at Veterans Stadium. There was no better joy in the NFL than when the Tampa Bay Bucks went to the vet and shut the vet down. They shut the vet down. That's the first thing Keyshawn Johnson said when they beat the Bucks. We shut the vet down. No more vet. Because that stadium was terrible. Quarterbacks would actually have to look at the ball first, look back over their shoulder to make sure it was a soft spot. It wasn't a soft spot before they even hiked the ball. Warren Jaworski used to have to do that every game. So between MetLife and Veteran Stadium, the old Vet Stadium, I don't know which one was worse.
Well, I mean, you seen the laundry list of injuries, man. You saw Odell, Aaron Rodgers, Malik Neighbors, a couple other players I forgot off the top of my head, but I mean it's just crazy. But back with Washington, I think. Look, all I know is for Commanders fans, we're with new ownership, and this is only just the beginning. We have a lot of more work to do, but I'm very happy with the direction of the ownership. I'm really happy that we found our franchise guy in Jaden Daniels because at the time I wanted Drake May, and Drake May is off to an impressive start so far for New England, and he's done a really good job. Sooner or later, we're going to have discussions about is New England back. But speaking of New England, we're not going to talk about the Patriots, actually. We're going to talk about Bill Belichick for a little bit.
Okay.
It's a mess right now in North Carolina, champ. Look, I understand you said you want to give the man grace because, again, he hasn't had the team yet do his part to try to recruit players this season. But now you're hearing reports and all this stuff on whether if he can buy himself out. But Belichick has made a statement saying he's fully committed to North Carolina. North Carolina has said the exact thing. And look, I'm afraid, champ, BRF, if it doesn't get any better for Bill Belichick, if it continues to get worse, I'm afraid it's going to be just as bad, if not, than Urban Meyer. Remember Urban Meyer's first year in Jacksonville?
I don't think, look, I don't think that Urban Meyer was equipped in the first place in order to handle the NFL. I think he was, I really
They
think,
just brought him in because and you've told me before about the Khan family, champ. They run AEW wrestling.
yeah. So, and nobody knows more about that than BRF because he watches AEW as well. He's a wrestler. So if you want to hear about wrestling knowledge, then look no further than BRF. But I will say this with Urban Meyer, he was not equipped to handle that. He wasn't equipped to handle the media. He wasn't equipped to handle the players. You can't go around kicking players because he literally kicked a kicker, like literally called him a POS and say we paying you good money in order to make that kick.
And
So
let's not forget the situation with
the nightclub.
after Thursday Night Football. Remember when he went to that bar, that club, with that young girl on his lap?
Yeah. So I don't think he was willing to handle the thing is about a lot of these college coaches, a lot of crap gets swept up under the rug because you are in a small college town and everybody is kind of looking out for you. When you're in a small town, and you know, BRF, me and you can attest to this, everybody kind of looking out for one another. Even when
True.
you get caught up with the law, sometimes it's just like, yeah, you know, Sheriff Buddy got caught John down there at the bar again. He just put us behind in jail till in the morning. And he called his wife. So when you're in a small town, you're able to get away with a lot of things as far as college towns are concerned. But when you get to the NFL, especially in a market that hasn't had anything in a long time, like a Jacksonville, and you're a major big time college coach that is coming to a team like that, then your margin for error is very, very small, especially when you are drafted number one overall and you get a generational quarterback like a Trevor Lawrence. So yeah, that was a lot of things that goes on. As far as Bill Belichick is concerned, I'm gonna just be real. I still believe that he doesn't have his claws in the program as of yet. I really think that New England is kind of like he has to get used to the bright lights of this college, this social media era. I don't think he's quite used to that as of yet. I'm just gonna be very, very honest. Because the thing is, and people might say, well, Champ, what the hell are you talking about? He just coached in the NFL some years ago. Look, during the end of his tenure in New England, guess what? They was just getting to the age where you're strongly the last 4 years from COVID on is the years that everybody was it's getting to the age where everybody has a podcast and everybody has a voice. And now you're getting into this social media frenzy where you make one mistake and you know you won't be back to them damn Buck Roger years. I'm just gonna be real. Shout out to Young Jeezy on that. But I don't think he's quite used to this era. I think the athletes are a little bit more diva-ish, if you really want me to be honest with you. Right now, look, let's just be real. In New England, you had absolute power because you had a quarterback that allows you to have that power. Let me explain. When your quarterback is taking 20 to 30% less than fair market value and you know he's underpaid, then it's easy to go to players and say, hey, my Super Bowl winning quarterback out here winning MVPs, and he's not asking for doggone top dollar. What the blank makes you think I'm going to pay you that money? And he's been winning me Super Bowls. Now everybody got to want money. Everybody got to come in that NIL money. Everybody want to get paid. Not to mention, you got to think about this. That young lady that he's with, she's attracting a lot of attention. It's so much anti-Bill Belichick things that are going on. Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells are one and the same coach. They don't like distractions. They are very no nonsense. They don't like a lot of noise. And Boston and New England was the perfect place. Small market team. You're already winning. There's not a lot of damn noise. Now that you're at Chapel Hill during the social media era, everything is loud. Every darn thing is loud. So you have to exercise caution with everything that you do now as a coach. I still believe in Bill. I still believe that he'll stay there for at least the next 2 to 3 years. If I'm wrong, hey, so be it. But like I stated, Nick Saban's first year wasn't all that it's cracked up to be. People think that people think that Nick Saban just came in and everything was just all right. Everything was just from the time he started coaching on. He lost 5 games his first year. He lost 5 games. Lou Holtz went 5-6. Howard Snellenberger, legendary coach from the University of Miami, same thing. He doesn't have his claws in that system. These are not his guys. These are not his recruits. These are not his players. So we have to make sure, and like I stated, this is not his program as of yet. Remember, the first year in New England, he had a $100 million quarterback on his hands who had gone to a Super Bowl, who had been an MVP candidate, who had been an All-Pro. Remember, the first year in New England, he went 5-11.
Drew Bledsoe, you're referring to?
Yes. So guess what? And he had those great defensive players that was already there. Willie McGinnis,
Richard Seymour, Teddy Bruschi,
Teddy Washington,
Ty Law,
Roosevelt Calvin. Shout out to Fort Valley. Shout out to Fort Valley State. Tyrone Poole, right down here from Fort Valley. He was part of that team. So when you think about the fact that this is his first year, there's a lot of noise. There was a lot of noise around his first year in New England. People was talking about they might have made a mistake by bringing them in. They can't replace Bill Parcells. Remember the year after they won the Super Bowl, 2 years after they won the Super Bowl, they was talking about when Lawyer Malloy got traded. They telling everybody how the locker room hated Bill Belichick for that. He's used to noise, but not at this capacity where everybody's focused in on him. But considering that he doesn't have his claws in that program as of yet, it's different when you first arrive at a place and when you get your claws into something. When you first arrive at a bar or something like that, you kind of filling the place out a little bit, seeing where the women at, seeing what the most look at, seeing what a good waitress at, seeing where they serving, where they bringing the food at frequently. When you first get to the bar, that's what you're doing. By the time that third hour get there, you done already filled the joint out, and you done recognize, okay, all the women over here, this where the waitress coming, and this where I need to be sitting at in order to get my drinks and my food a little bit faster. That's what people don't realize. He doesn't have his claws into that program. There's going to be talks of buyouts because guess what? When Bobby Petrino, when he renegotiated his contract with the University of Louisville, there was talks of his buyout. There's always talks of buyouts. Always. Now, granted, if he was to leave and go back to being a commentator, I would not blame him for that because guess what? It's a new athlete. Like I stated, Tom Brady was to the New England Patriots what Tim Duncan was to the San Antonio Spurs. Guess what? The Patriot way and the Spurs way was one and the same. And their top player who won for them all those years was the pinnacle of that. Because like I stated, you could always point to them and say, hey, if they're not asking for top dollar, if they're making sacrifices, then what should you be doing? You don't have that. So now you have to get your claws into this program, which you can do. You can do, but you have to adjust. This is just year number one. Year number one with anything is always the roughest. Whether it be a business, whether it be with school, whether it be with a weight loss program, whether it be in a relationship, it's always the toughest in the first year of anything because you're filling everything out. You don't know everything. You might think you know because you've been doing so well at another level. But when you come down to these college kids, some of these kids, let's just be real. Some of them are immature. I know I was when I was 18 and I was in damn Army. Some of them haven't grown up, just their first time away from home. They looking at the opportunity to go to a party every damn week and have somebody in their dorm room every other damn day. Now that mom and daddy ain't looking at them every 5 minutes and checking their room. You got to take all of that into factor versus in the NFL. Look, we men, we grown men, we trying to get paid. I'm not going to do anything for the most part in order to jeopardize this bag. Versus these young kids, you got to get a hold of them, get your claws in them, mold them, and groom them into what you need them to be as far as a football player is concerned, not just on a football level, but on a human being level. Because guess what? Not all of these kids, although they're great in college, are going to make it to the NFL. Some of them are going to go undrafted. Some of them are going to need jobs after school. So guess what? You have to be a leader of men, not only on that field, but in that locker room as well with these young kids. These grown men already have their lives pretty much figured out after the NFL. Some of them are on the back end of their career. Some of them are in the prime of their career. These young kids, you have to coach them into what you need them to be. Teach them responsibility because some of them haven't had that. We all look, BRF, me and you both know this because we offensive linemen. We all know some of them diva, you know what, skill players come into a locker room and they feel like they own the damn place.
Mm-hmm.
Coach and the coach damn near got to tear a knot in them in order to get them right. So that's what needs to happen. It's still year one. It's bad, but it was bad for every great coach in year one. Hell, it was bad for Urban Meyer his first couple of years in Florida. It was real bad. They was talking about firing him. They was talking about, hey, is he really? Here's a Pac-12 coach coming into the SEC. Is he really cut out for this? Especially after he went to North Carolina and they put the boots to him so bad that he almost limped off the field. It takes time. I understand we live in this microwave world. We go to the freezer, we pop in the Crustables, we pop in the Hot Pockets, the Red Baron pizza, and it's ready in 5 minutes. And now we got a good old meal ready for us. We can eat that, chill out, have a beer. But not everything is meant to have a microwave effect. This is football. Things take time, especially when you have a football program and a new coach. In the great words of Kurt Franklin, things take time. And the reason why grandma prepared food the night before in order to make Sunday dinner, because guess what? She needed it to be great. Not everything is microwavable. Chicken dressing and all of that is not microwavable. So it took her time in order to prepare those things. So once she prepared those things, we were able to have that feast on Sunday morning and Sunday evening, and we was able to eat them leftovers throughout the week. That's what needs to happen with these football programs, especially when you are on year one. Now, if it gets to year two and some of the same things are still going on, now it's time to hit the panic button and start running around like a chicken with our head cut off. But it's only year one. I don't expect you to do well. I don't expect for you to have this program in your claws. This is a new environment. You're still learning it. You're navigating it. This is a place you've never been before. He will figure it out. But if he doesn't, guess what? You still have nothing else left to prove. You proved everything at the highest level. You proved yourself in the 70s with Ted Marshall Broder in Baltimore. You proved yourself in New York with Bill Parcells, and you proved yourself by yourself in New England. Not only that, you proved yourself as well when you was in Cleveland. Quiet as it's kept. The only thing that prevented Bill Belichick from winning in Cleveland is the fact that the Cleveland Browns moved that year. Before they announced that they were moving, they were 4-1, tied for first in their division. The year before, they won a playoff game with Vinny Testaverde. And if you know who Vinny Testaverde is, he is an interception machine. So this whole narrative around he did nothing without Tom Brady is false.
But here's the problem. But Champ, here's the problem I have with Bill Belichick. I understand 1 year, Champ, but at the same time, no one is expecting Bill Belichick to turn around that program just like that. That being said, these distractions are a problem. Forget losing because we didn't expect much from North Carolina. Champ, I'm concerned because it seems to me Bill Belichick is more interested in being a celebrity than he is as a head coach. Big fella, you've often said, practice what you preach. Belichick about DYJ. What was that? What he said in New England? Do your job. And Bill Belichick, the Bill Belichick you're seeing right now, Champ, he's not doing his job as far as keeping distractions away, Champ. It's one thing if he doesn't have the team and he struggles. Fair enough. We can't judge him based on 1 year. But when you're having these types of distractions, these types of issues, nah. Bill Belichick cannot be absolved. And it was going to be a problem with you and the girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. It was going to be a distraction, obviously, because obviously she's 24 years old, you in your 70s. Whether I like it or not, hey, if that's who you want to be with, as far as with a woman, hey, and champ, I'm sorry, I gotta go there. The double standard between him and Deion Sanders. Yes, obviously, people are going to point out race, and yes, race does play a factor. However, there's much more things to it, which you will agree as well. My problem is, champ, with Bill Belichick. Look, Deion Sanders is dealing with personal health problems at the moment we speak. The blood clot situation, in which he's expected to have surgery. We already know about the foot issues that he's had. My thing is with Prime. If he struggled, if he had the type of same exact season as Bill Belichick, and with these types of distractions, what do you think that the media would say? You know good and damn well Jason Whitlock's ass. And look, I am no fan of Jason Whitlock. As far as I'm concerned, go to hell with that type of dude. I'm sorry. BRF, I know you want to be nice. I want to be cool. But when it comes to certain people and certain people like Jason Whitlock, in my opinion, he's just a piece of shit. As Roland Martin once said, simple Simon motherfuckers. To quote Denzel Washington in the movie American Gangsters, that's Jason Whitlock in a nutshell. I cannot give Bill Belichick a pass in this regard because with these types of distractions and these types of issues, champ, you told me he's going against what he preached. He's about DYJ. He's about doing your job. He's about no nonsense, no excuses. Bill, you becoming more of a celebrity nowadays because with you and your girlfriend, by the way, she filed a trademark for the term gold digger. And considering all the other things that's going on in North Carolina, I'm questioning whether or not do you really want to coach? Because to me, after New England, I said it before, champ, hey, he should retire. You're going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You're a 6-time Super Bowl champion head coach. There's nothing more that you need to do. But at the same time, he is starting to lose his aura. He is losing his aura without Tom Brady because we've seen Tom Brady go elsewhere and win a Super Bowl. And the thing is with Bill Belichick, you got to do a job communicating with these players because you can't communicate with these current players like you did in the past. You can't. They don't care if you're Bill Belichick, 6-time Super Bowl champion head coach. They're in a new generation with the social media, with things that's going on. And Bill, it doesn't seem like to me you're all about coaching right now. You're all about being your brand. And we've seen greats that try to move on to a different situation that have struggled. Michael Jordan, the GOAT, arguably. You see Michael Jordan, the executive, how'd that turn out? Phil Jackson, your head coach, champ, of your Los Angeles Lakers, who helped deliver you 5 championships, who also helped deliver my Chicago Bulls 6 championships. Can you tell the folks at home how well of a job he did as president of basketball operations for the New York Knicks?
Terrible. Couldn't get not one free agent to come there. Not a one. Not a one. It is.
Hey, I mean, you alienated players, particularly Carmelo Anthony and Kristaps Porzingis. You gave horrible, bad deals, such as the Joakim Noah deal. Just ask Casual. And if you want to know more about basketball, folks, look no further than Casual, because Casual knows his basketball. But, champ, I understand your point about giving Bill Belichick grace because Rome wasn't built in a day. He doesn't have the team around you. But at the same time, when we're hearing these types of distractions, these types of issues about you in North Carolina, it's incumbent upon you to do your job. You have to practice what you preach, and you have to do your job to coach this team, to provide leadership and guidance. These are young men looking at you and as an example. How the hell they going to you as an example with you and your girlfriend and all the other things that's transpiring in North Carolina. How's it going to resonate with them? You got to ask yourself that type of question, big fella.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not getting directly mad at you, but at the same time, you always say, practice what you preach. You got to practice what you preach. And if this were Deion Sanders having the same exact issues as Bill Belichick, what would the media, what do you think people like Paul Feinbaum, Jason Whitlock would have to say? They would be all over Deion Sanders' ass, just like right now they are on Bill Belichick. So two things can be true.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with it, even with the whole Carucci situation. Like I said, Carucci,
She a grown woman. Let's
she
keep
might. She grown.
Let's keep it clear. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. For those who have a problem with Sanders dating Carucci Tran, the model, the actress. Last time I checked, she's 37 years old. She a grown woman. She can do whatever she wants. Do I like it personally? No, I don't. Same thing I don't like with Bill Belichick being with Jordan Hudson. That being said, she's old enough to make her own decisions. Whether I like it or not, hey, that's her choice as well as Prime. But the thing is, we got to keep it consistent. Belichick, I don't care. Bill Belichick is a 6-time Super Bowl champion head coach. I'm looking at Bill Belichick, the head coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels. And Chip, I'm concerned because if we continue to hear more of these problems while they're losing, is there a possibility sooner or later he could be out of North Carolina? Because I'm afraid it may look just as bad as Urban Meyer. That's what I'm concerned about. And I hope that's not the case for Bill Belichick because, again, you want to show people, you want to prove people that I can do something, I can help out this program. Look, it's going to take them some time. But you cannot have these types of distractions. And with North Carolina, what does it say about you? Did you bring in Bill Belichick? He has a girlfriend, knowing that he has a 24-year-old girlfriend. Was this your way of trying to get ratings, tickets, people buying the product to come watch North Carolina football? You gotta ask yourself that question. And if you still keep him, are you still keeping him because he's Bill Belichick, the 6-time Super Bowl champion head coach, or because you can't find somebody else?
You just fired Mac Brown, who's a legendary coach within his own right. So
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions you have to ask yourself with Bill Belichick, man, as I'm looking through the Rolodex, because it's not only that, it's, the distractions that's going on. It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot that's going on with this team. And on top of that, you're losing constantly. It'd be one thing if you lose it against small teams, but you lose it against these big time teams and you're just not delivering. And yeah, that's it's getting bad. But like I stated, I stand on this. Year 2 has to be better if you make it to year 2. Now, if you pull a Bobby Petrino and break out, then yeah, go be a lot.
I'm sorry, Chap. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at Dwayne's comment.
Hey, look, y'all ain't lying when it comes to old Jason, but look, I always say this, man. I always say this, bro. There's a difference between a journalist and somebody that's just trying to bait people. There's a difference between doing things because you love it and doing things for clicks. And he just strikes me as a guy that likes to do things in order to get people chirping and clicking. So that's just my prerogative when it comes to Jason Whitlock. Like I stated, my worst fear is being compared to Jason Whitlock. And the day I'm compared to Jason Whitlock, that is the day that it's time for me to quit content creating. And I will forever quit.
I will not allow it. You worked too damn hard to get to this point. No. If people can say a lot of deplorable things about me on social media, I ain't gonna let your ass quit doing the content work. We're gonna keep doing this.
Well, I'm just gonna be that Dave Nash when it comes to you. When people start coming at you, so people start coming at you.
Go ahead, BRF.
I will say this as far as Jason Whitlock, and then I'll speak my piece as far as like Bill Belichick is concerned. How are you gonna go from 1 minute? The reason that you kind of harp and pick on Champ about the peanut butter skin and all that other stuff is because of Jason Whitlock. It came out of his mouth. How you gonna go from that? And now all of a sudden you want to talk about, because Joy Gangster talking about, Joy Taylor talking about she's a gangster when it comes to certain situations and stuff like this. And Jason Whitlock was just talking about it and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, how one side of your mouth you gonna talk about having dreams and all that, like how you could have got her, you could have pulled her if you really wanted to, and then the next minute you trying to harp on her, trying to pick on her about stuff she said and all this other stuff. Boy, if you don't shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, good God!
I'm just like, just shut up, hide in the background as much as you can, because as a big man myself, I can relate to the fact that you don't hide that well in the background or the foreground or the side ground or wherever the hell you sit at. Just shut up, and it's best for you to just shut up. Just shut up. Normally we say it's best to be seen and not heard. Motherfucker, we don't even want to see you. Just shut up. Okay. Okay. I'm good now.
Oh, shit.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, look, I love every single moment because he's like I said, BRF, Champ, and I are no fans of Jason Whitlock, and I mean it generously. As I quote Denzel Washington in the movie American Gangster, "Simple Simon motherfuckers," because when I listen to Jason Whitlock talk, he's an absolute utter waste of time. I've said it before. He's the male version of Candace Owens. And to add on to that, because we talked about Belichick and Prime, you are the same Jason Whitlock that criticized Deion Sanders' faith and had the nerve, the temerity to bring in Brett Favre on your show, given what Brett Favre was accused of a couple of years ago.
Exactly.
Go look.
Man accused of stealing welfare money to build a damn volleyball stadium in Mississippi, and you want to bring him on trying to question somebody's faith. Boy, if you don't get the hell out of my face.
Like I said, Champ, you will. I don't think you will be concerned or worried about being compared to Jason Whitlock, because unlike Jason Whitlock, you have integrity, you are fair. That's why you keep reporting. You run ideas by me. A lot of the times you run by ideas by me. Hey, what do you think about this? Hey, what do you think about that? That's why I'm not worried that you're going to be compared to Jason Whitlock.
Because Champ real, and we love him for that. He real and genuine in what he do. Jason Whitlock is as fake as Mariah Mills.
It's time to go home. BRF, where does this mean streak come from, my friend? What is going on, man?
Jason Whitlock does it. Jason Whitlock does it to me every time. Every time I hear that round mouth squirrel run his mouth, it makes me sick.
BRF, you could have said he's as Jason Whitlock is as real as Rachel Dolezal being black.
Bam! That is. That is. If you gonna drop the pipe bomb, drop it. That's what I like. Man.
But BRF, back to what you were saying about Bill Belichick.
All right. Okay. To get it back on the track. As far as the Bill Belichick situation is concerned, if these stories are true, as far as like, because you hearing stuff talking like, there was one particular quote that I read, one of the coaches or something, they were talking about, man, we've effed these kids up. And when I see a quote like that, it's like, what's really going on in North Carolina? What's really going on? The fact that this man is already, there are reports that he is already talking about, exercising his buyout to leave. What's really going on there? Because if these reports are true, ain't no way a coach with his pedigree, with his reputation, and it just like we can't be running a football program into the ground in your first year there. We can't be doing that. And I hope we're not hearing that's what's going on with some of these reports that are going on. Cause I want to be with Champ on this as far as like, it's not his players. You know what I'm saying? Like he came in, it's not his players. He didn't really get a true chance to really recruit and get get guys there that are going to be in the Belichick mold as far as what he likes to see his players being on the football field. So I want to at least give him a second. I want to give him a second year. But with some of these reports coming out, I'm skeptical. I'm a little skeptical because with some of these reports and some of these quotes coming out, would it shock me if North Carolina allowed him to exercise the buyout and leave? I wouldn't be shocked if they let him. Do I want him to though? No, I want him to at least see it out another year or two to see if you can get your people there, your players there, and get it in your image and really truly see what North Carolina could be in the next couple of years when you have Bill Belichick players there. And I think we deep down want to see that because we know how good of a coach Bill Belichick is when all systems are go and he's cooking. Very few coaches, especially on the defensive side of the ball, have been able to cook up meals the way Bill Belichick has against some of the greatest offenses we have ever seen. I mean, whether it's the 2016 Falcons being up 28-3 and them basically putting a chokehold on him the rest of the game, whether it was all those times he went up against the Indianapolis Colts and kind of was Peyton Manning's daddy until he finally beat him in Foxborough that one year. Even those LA Rams, Jared Goff Rams that they played in Atlanta in that Super Bowl, in one of the ugliest defensive games you will ever see. But if you are a defensive guy like myself, I love to talk defense. If you are a defensive guy, that's a game that will put you to sleep and you will sleep well. That particular Super Bowl was because that game was chessboard. That's chessboard football. When you're talking about making this move and making this play here, accommodating for just all the accommodations, all the schemes, just everything. That's game defensive guys like myself live for. And you want to see him implement that in North Carolina, but I'm worried because I don't like some of the quotes I'm reading. I don't like some of the stories that are coming out. I don't like it. So I'm going to be monitoring it pretty closely because I'm telling you, they're 2-3 now. And regardless of whether it's the ACC or not, it's not going to get easier. Because a team like North Carolina, who's basically like a middling team approaching more on the bottom tier side of the ACC in the first place, even if you play against level competition, that doesn't mean you're going to beat them because you don't have necessarily the best talent there. That doesn't mean you're going to beat them. So if the record is like bad, and then you stack on these stories that you're hearing as far as what could potentially be a little bit of misconduct as far as his team is concerned behind the scenes, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. And he could very well leave after 1 year because I'm sorry, I'll just say it. Coaches like him that have the ego that he has, a guy like him, I don't think he didn't want to put himself in a situation where he could be a big loser like that off the jump. He didn't want to put himself in a situation like that. I still think he holds a little grudge against the Atlanta Falcons. It's obvious. He still holds a grudge against the Atlanta Falcons for not hiring him. Let's just keep it real. He calls him out every chance he gets. He still holds a grudge on them for not hiring him. And so it's almost like he had to settle for North Carolina. And I really don't want him to pull a Bobby Petrino because Lord knows I do not respect Bobby Petrino at all, particularly for what he did to us. Saying Exactly. Saying he was fully committed to us. 24 hours later, you seen him doing the Arkansas pig, the Suey chant, taking the Razorback head coaching job. He's doing the chant 24 hours later. So I don't have any.
Wasn't there a story in
Don't have
which
respect for
two
him at all.
reporters confronted him and even showed him all the factual details? Champ, wasn't there a story in which two journalists actually showed him the proof, and he still kept denying it and then asking God for forgiveness?
What was so funny about that? What's so funny about that right there is this. What's so funny about that is this. Jerry Jones called ahead of time to let Arthur Blank know about it. Like, look, man, they trying to steal Bobby Petrino. You might want to go ahead and let him talk to him before it gets too out of hand. Jerry Jones warned him to his credit. He's like, hey, man, they're trying to get Arkansas because, Jerry Jones is an Arkansas
dude.
So
exactly.
he tried to warn him. So yeah, I mean, but and then look, there was a lot of stuff going against him at that point in time as well. The whole Michael Vick situation. That's a bad thing for a coach to handle in year 10, much less year 1. But he never went and engaged his players. Loyal Malloy couldn't stand him. D'Angelo Hall and Algie Crumpler hated that guy. They hated, and I've never seen Algie Crumpler more upset with Bobby Petrino than anything. He used getting his shouting matches on the sideline. It was nasty. Yeah, and I've never seen you see that with D'Angelo Hall, okay, but with Algie Crumpler, who's one of the most laid back. Yeah, he was very laid back. I rarely see him get upset on the field, even when somebody took a knee shot.
He never got upset on the field. And this man is literally showing his ass in front of Bobby Petrino, and it's crazy because Bobby Petrino took that job for Mike Vick. He took that job for Michael Vick because he felt like with his offense and the way, and I mean, let's keep it a buck. Bobby Petrino was a really, really good quarterbacks coach. He was a good quarterbacks coach. He came from Michael Vick. He saw the ceiling of what Michael Vick could be. And then the dogfighting scandal and everything happened and he didn't have him. But it's almost like he didn't want to be there after that. It was like he didn't know how to coach. It's like he wanted out from the jump. But it was just like, if you wanted out, at least finish the year. Don't take another job in the middle of the year. See it through. Finish the year. At least fans, players would have respected you more had you finished out the year. The fact that you not only finished out the year, but went back to where you truly belonged in college, and you really weren't a great college coach after that, after what you did in Louisville then. I mean, good. It was good riddance. It was good riddance at that point. But real quick, I'll finish this. One more point on Belichick. Like I was just saying though, I personally want to see him at least get a couple of years out of this. I don't want him to be a one and done, because I think that would kind of put a couple of bullet holes in his legacy a little bit. I really think it would, because to have the success that you had in the pros, even with Cleveland, even though you didn't make a Super Bowl with Cleveland, I mean, you did kind of get them to a couple of conference championship games. I mean, I'm just saying, you did. And then the success as a coordinator, whether it was the Giants or whether it was the New England Patriots. I mean, it was all under Bill Parcells, but hey, he got 2 rings with the New York Giants under Bill Parcells as a defensive coordinator with Parcells. Some of those New England Patriot teams, the mid to late 90s, they were some of the most balanced teams in the league around that time. Drew Bledsoe calling a shot, doing his thing on offense. That defense was stacked, whether it was Ty Law, whether it was Lawyer Malloy, whether it was like somebody like Willie McGinnis. I mean, those defenses were good under Bill Belichick. And then becoming the greatest coach in the history of the NFL with winning rings. I mean, 6 rings in a 20-year span. I mean, unheard of. So I feel like if he goes to North Carolina and pulls a one and done, It's going to take a hit to his leg. It's going to take a little bit of a hit to his legacy. I think it's written in stone. I do personally think it's written in stone, but I just feel like something like this from a guy like Belichick with his mind, it wouldn't look the greatest for him as far as like what he's done for the league. So I want to at least see him get 2 to 3 years out of this. I don't want him to pull a one and done.
Only time will tell. But fellas, let's get into our NFL picks. First off, we're gonna try to keep it real short and quick because we got a lot of subjects we gotta talk about. Sunday morning, Broncos and Jets, the NFL London games. I got Denver in that one. Denver's a 6.5-point favorite.
Oh yeah, just Denver.
Browns at Steelers. Pittsburgh is a 6.5-point favorite.
Pittsburgh.
Chargers at Dolphins. Chargers is a 3.5-point favorite.
Chargers should still win this game.
Is Joe All playing?
I don't think so though. I don't think so. But I still think from a talent standpoint, the Chargers should still win this game. This should be one of those Justin Herbert should really just light up Miami secondary in this game. I mean, Quentin Johnson's been the best receiver for them this year. Yeah,
he's ruled out.
Okay. Man.
I'll still go with the Chargers though, but I wouldn't be surprised if Miami wins because again, it's at home. And look, you're coming off a painful loss to the Carolina Panthers after blowing a big lead. Who knows? If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will.
Nope.
All right, next one. Patriots at Saints. New England is a 3.5-point favorite. Needless to say, Champ is rolling with the Patriots because he can't stand them. Ain't.
And I want Drake May to win, man. I'll
say this though. I got the Patriots winning this, but I'll say this much. Spencer Rattler has been playing his butt off this year. The Saints' struggles are not his fault. Over 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception is not his fault. Spencer Rattler's been playing really well this year.
Los Angeles at Baltimore. Rams are 7.5-point favorite. The Ravens defense, they just got embarrassed by the Houston Texans. They gave up 44 points. They gave up 37 points to the Chiefs. We saw 38 Monday night against the Detroit Lions, I believe week 3, and the season opener against the Bills, 41, in which Josh Allen threw for 250-something yards. Rams. Because Kieran Williams and with Blake Corum, they're going to run the ball, and they're not going to find a way to stop Nakua and Devontae Adams. Matt Stafford, as long as he has enough protection, and Matabuke, their defensive tackles, out for the rest of the season with the neck injury, I think it's fair to say that the Rams probably scored 39 points, and Lamar probably ain't going to play. 39-15. Los Angeles.
We roll deep, smoke on weed, drink and pack heat. Requirements for survival each day in LA. Hey, I'm going with LA.
ERF?
38-10 Rams.
Cardinals at Colts. Indy is a 6.5-point favorite. Arizona's really good in stopping the run. They're top 10. But I do believe that Jonathan Taylor, who's making a case for Offensive Player of the Year, as well as Puka Nacua, I would like to see him go off, going with Indy.
Indiana Jones.
Okay. PRF.
Cardinals are too helter-skelter for me. I got Indianapolis.
Interesting game right here. Seahawks at Jaguars. Seahawks are a 1.5-point favorite.
It says Seahawks Jags.
Yes.
I'm gonna go Seahawks. I really like the way Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigma have built a really, really good chemistry with each other. And you still got K9. You still got I think Zach is Zach Charbonnet ruled out yet? Is he playing this week?
I don't know. Is Devin Witherspoon going to be playing?
Yeah, I think he would be the bigger one. But still though, I do think I'm gonna roll Seattle here, just because I think Sam Darnold is just he's playing really good ball. Like it's almost like you get him. It's the same thing with Baker Mayfield. You get him around good coaching, and then they just kind of take it and they run with it. So yeah, I got Seattle.
Champ?
Jacksonville.
I got Seattle. Dallas at Carolina. Dallas is a 3.5-point favorite.
3.5. That's it.
Yes.
This defense is terrible.
Carolina's offense is worse.
But Rico Dottle, after you saw that game against the Miami Dolphins, and he's going up against his old team, don't you think that this would be the type of statement game for him? And who knows if Bryce Young could be accurate enough.
It's one thing to play the Miami Dolphins offense. It's another thing to play the Dallas Cowboys offense the way they rolling right now.
That's
And
my
I
point,
mean, it's not like Carolina's playing lights out defense, particularly on the back end right now. And the way Dak Prescott's looking right now, he might light them up. I think Dallas puts a double-digit beating on them. I really do think so.
Dallas takes it home with a 40 burger.
North Carolina, come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. I got Carolina the upset.
Okay, then.
Oh, you got a battle of the shitters or the shit stains. Tennessee at Vegas.
Well. I'm going to play I'm going to pick the less smellier of the two. For me, is Tennessee. I got Tennessee winning this.
You got Ed Ferrara going up against Vince Russo.
Oh,
boy.
Listen, we wear the silver, we wear the black. Don't get in our way. Go with the Raiders.
I got Tennessee because I don't know if Geno's going to have another game of throwing multiple interceptions. And Tennessee ironically won that game against the Arizona Cardinals, in which Cam Ward threw an interception. The defensive player fumbled, and one of the Titans players recovered it in the end zone. And then, of course, the fumble by the Cardinals running back, to which Jonathan Gannon punched them and was fined for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a hell of a game right here. 49ers at Bucks.
Tampa. I'm picking Tampa just because they're at home.
Big fella.
Wop, wop, wop. Bang, bang. Wop, wop, wop. Niner game. I'm going with the Niners.
You going with the Niners?
Yeah.
I'm going with Baker.
Nice.
Baker's lost to San Francisco once but twice. I think this is the type of game he's going to do it. And remember last year when Baker Mayfield made one of the craziest throws when he was stiff-arming Nick Bosa. Expect Baker Mayfield to pull out one crazy throw because he's capable of that.
And he ain't got to deal with Nick Bosa because he's out for the year.
Unfortunately, that's sad though. Bengals at Packers. Green Bay is a 13.5-point favorites.
Okay,
and we don't know if it's Jake Browning or Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco, if he's going to be playing that game, he's going to be on his lawn chair.
I heard it is going to be Flacco. I heard he's been taking first team snaps. I heard it's going to be him.
Yeah, he's starting it. He named QB1.
Yeah,
QB1.
Flacco's starting.
I'm going to Vietnam with a BB gun.
Or you could have said Mike Tyson with a tax attorney.
That.
That's diabolical.
May Lord have mercy on your soul.
It wasn't Mike Tyson's
That's
fault. It was
diabolical.
Don Dink's fault. Mr. Only in America.
Damn.
Well, I'm gonna shout out Mr. Mike Tyson right here, and we're gonna go with the Green Bay Packers to win this game. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna shout the man out here because yeah, it's Mike Tyson. We got to get the voice in every once in a while. So we're gonna go to Green Bay Packers to win this game. So yeah.
Big fella.
Don't be surprised if Michael Parsons has about 5 sacks this game. Like I stated earlier, man, you had an Oldsmobile sitting in your driveway, and you traded it for another Oldsmobile. So, and it ain't the Oldsmobile like Public Enemy was talking about. You talking about one of them old, broke down Oldsmobiles. So, one of them red ones. It ain't even a sedan. It's a coupe. So,
It just tells you how cheap. It just tells you how the Browns are, how cheap Mike Brown is. I mean, you went from progressive to enterprise.
Yep.
Ooh.
I don't know what to say, man. There's a lot about this franchise that I'm just be like, wow. The minute that y'all get ahead, you shoot yourselves right in the foot. Sad.
Like I said, it's kind of like trying to get a beautiful woman. I'm trying to go for Lotto. I'm trying to go for a hot babe, and then I go with a Mariah Mills. All you need to know. All right, Sunday Night Football. You got Lions versus Chiefs. I got Detroit.
I got Detroit.
The board is unanimous, Your Honor.
You got Bills versus Falcons. Buffalo's going up against the number 1 defense in Atlanta. Atlanta knows the blueprint. They should know it by now. Don't let James cook.
Wow.
And Buffalo struggled with them turnovers last week against New England.
Well, this is what I said.
Atlanta's offense.
This is Buffalo's giving up like 145 yards on the ground in run defense a game. This should be a Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier masterclass. Like it really should. I mean, it's right there. Buffalo does not have a very good run defense. They should both at least touch the Bijan. Michael Penix would not throw the ball more than 35 times this game. This should be a Bijan, Tyler. They should both at least get 15 touches this game. I mean, my game plan is around those running backs and taking advantage of how bad Buffalo's run defense is. But like I said, I'm gonna be real about the situation. I know we actually have a hell of a defense this year, but it's still Josh Allen, and Josh Allen can beat anybody on any given night because he's that guy. With that being said, I'm picking Atlanta to win this game off the backs of Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. They should both get at least 15 carries, not just touches. They should both at least get 15 carries this game.
Forever I love Atlanta, big fella.
Forever, I love Atlanta. Bring it home, man. Don't let nobody come into your trap and take over your trap, Atlanta. Show them what the trap really do down here.
If they lose, what's gonna happen?
If they lose, I take 2 shots on Friday.
Well,
if they lose, they just lose, man. I mean, not a lot of people are still going to pick them to beat Buffalo anyway. So I mean, if they lose, they just lose.
Well, I mean, Champ going at least. Even though he may be drinking, taking 2 shots, it's around his birthday week. What better way than have a couple of shots on your birthday?
Yeah, that's
true.
Fair.
But let's hope he drinking in celebration and not after a loss. So,
hey.
And for this one, Bears at Commanders, the rematch of last season. Hail Mary.
Poor Tyreek Stevenson coming back to where it all happened. Bless his heart. I'm picking. This is gonna be another really, really good game because Caleb Williams has been pretty solid. So this is gonna be a good game. With that being said, I am picking Washington to win this game.
Champ.
Jaden Daniels, bring it home for PSP.
I'm gonna go with Washington. Y'all thought I was trying to do that reverse psychology, but I'm gonna try
Nah,
to have faith.
even you. Nah, I think in a matchup like this, I don't think you could go against Washington in this matchup. I think the matchup.
Hey, look,
I think the
Caleb
matchup
Williams
across
and
the
Ben
board favors
Johnson
them.
lately, they've been clicking, and they are
They have
showing a
been good
lot
this
more
year.
potential in offense. But
Yes, they have.
Washington's D line, I would like to believe Chicago's offensive line is better than the Chargers' offensive line at this point. Their depleted offensive line. And that's okay. If I lose, hey, look, the day after my birthday, I'm going to be fine. I'm still going to be fine than being this.
Ooh, damn.
Or this.
Damn. Man.
That's dog ugly right there, baby.
Boy. Vince
Damn.
McMahon look like El Chapo without the dang mustache.
Brother.
Ooh, boy. Not Brock breaking the streak, not the guy. Oh man.
I want to be this on Monday night. That's what I want to be.
Oh boy.
Ain't nothing better than getting a good angry orchard with a beautiful woman watching your football team win. There's nothing better than that. Y'all cannot argue or dispute that.
Oh man.
Oh, best. That's
boy, hey, regardless of what her political beliefs are, you cannot say Nikita Lyons isn't fine. You cannot say that.
You know what? I was gonna say.
What political views? What? She MAGA?
I've heard she's got a nickname, MAGA the Stallion.
I mean, never mind. I mean,
I didn't hear. I didn't know about that.
I'm saying. That's what I've heard. I've seen it. That's her nickname because I think she leans that way.
Her and Sophia Cunningham.
I mean, hey.
But they fine too, though.
I mean, never mind.
You can't argue that.
Look, I am not. Look, I am trying to be great on this show and be professional. I'm not going to say what I would normally say, but look, if you read my eyes, you get the idea. So, I mean, I'll drink to that. But yeah, you can lean left, but we can lean you right as well. But
I knew you.
We can lean you right and throw you up as well. So I mean, we can go left. We can go left. We can go right. We can go side.
I was waiting on that temp special, boy. I was waiting. I was like, come on, baby, give me one. Give me one.
Look, I am not. I don't discriminate, bro. I don't discriminate.
Y'all seen my daughter. Man. My daughter's mixed, so you know I don't.
Hey man, look. Hey, you can mix chocolate with anything, baby. I'm just gonna be real. Yeah, just gonna be real. You can mix this chocolate. Hey, this chocolate right here can mix with anything. I'm just gonna be real. So, hey man, look. You can lead left. You can be the bag of stallion. But look, man, this chocolate will make you come back right. You know what I'm saying?
Champ, I'm gonna let you go first on this one. What were your thoughts on LeBron with his Hennessy ad?
I thought it was brilliant. It was brilliant, man. LeBron is he knows what gets attention. He knows what puts behinds in seats, and he knows what's going to get people talking. And for people who are going to say that, like Stephen A, mainly, I'm going to say it's corny, it's cringe, and stuff like that. Look, it's a marketing tool. People make fun. Look, people make fun. It's a way. Look, LeBron doing that is no different than me talking about some of the struggles that I have on a regular basis on the show. It's no different. I talk about not going to daiquiris and po' boys for the entire season. I haven't been there the entire season. Last season, not so much. But we all have a way, especially when you're trying to market yourself, we all have a way of making fun of ourselves in order to just say, hey, I'm going to use this as a marketing tool, turn a negative into a positive. You know, people still criticize him for the decision to this day. So I'm going to turn that negative into a positive, much like Angel Reese did Me Bounds. Everybody was criticizing.
Exactly.
What everybody was criticizing Angel of Me Bounds, and hell, she made $1 million off the damn thing.
And had by far her best season as a pro.
And then not only that, you know, was sold out 3 pairs of shoes in one damn day, and then still bringing another color wave. And then doing Victoria's Secret modeling. So yeah, I'm just gonna be real, man. Look, it's a brilliant marketing tool. It's turning a negative into a positive. Like I said, I do stuff on the show every day to turn negatives into positive. I wear Cartman hats and stuff like that in order to make fun of myself to get people watching, because I know people are going to say, this big ass dude right here, what the hell is he doing with that damn hat on? He already looks like Cartman. So let's give them what they want. And let's stop with the whole when somebody come in and gives a marketing tool and you see it that it's a marketing tool that we all want to sit around here and just blow it out of proportion. It's marketing. It's a way for him to sell himself to the masses. You know that everybody, look, man, I'm going to just be real. When I was at my peak, man, that hen was my friend. Hennessy was my friend when I was at my peak. I am past my prime right about now when it comes to the partying. But when I was partying at my peak, that hen was my friend. And we had a little formula that we used to call prep time. So yeah, we used to call it that Batman. You finna have a good night. Take you about 2 shots of that hen. You're gonna have a better. So let's just stop with the shenanigans. It's just a marketing tool. People
What
are
do you
taking
make of the fan suing Bron?
people are taking this stuff way too personal, bro. Stop being so damn soft. It's marketing. It's just marketing. Like I stated, if somebody paid me a bunch of damn money to wear different kinds of skull caps and different type of glasses, and for me to keep even after we make it into the damn stratosphere, say, hey, we don't want you to wear suits. We don't want you to wear that. We want you to keep the black shirt on. We want you to keep the scruffy ass beard. We want you to keep smiling, show them pearly whites off. That's what you're gonna do in order to do certain stuff. Like I stated, marketing is being able to make fun of things despite yourself. Look, Shaq did it for years. Shaq was so good at marketing and making fun of himself that he even put the fact that he could not make free throws in the Steel movie. Remember when him and Ray J was in the Steel movie and he had to throw that damn grenade through that shaft, and I can't make free throws. And then he made fun of himself again in Scary Movie 4. So it's just marketing campaigns, turning negatives into a positive. You got guys like Stephen A. Smith, who I don't know whether you need a microphone at ESPN or one of the peaches off the Housewives at this point of your career, because it's just getting weird. I understand that you may not like LeBron, but give it a rest. It was corny. It was cringy. Dude, it's a marketing freaking campaign. That's all it is. It's marketing. I have a degree. I happen to have a degree in marketing. And when you're marketing, the best way to engage someone is using the negatives that were turned against you into a positive. Guess what? That's the first thing that you do. When people are making look at what Brian Bosworth did. His first game against the Denver Broncos made Boss Buster t-shirts and sold them like crazy. Marketing, prime time, marketing. Remember the sunglasses did it? Remember everybody was making fun of Deion Sanders because of his sunglasses. Remember when he played Colorado State within his second year? The coach was talking about, yeah, I take my sunglasses off and my hat off because my mama raised me with. Coach Prime sunglasses came out. They sold like crazy. They sold like crazy. That's what marketing is about. Turning negatives and things that you were made fun of and turning them into positive where somebody could say he doesn't take himself too serious. He doesn't look at himself as a damn queen or a king. He's relatable. When you're able to turn a negative into a positive, it's a great marketing campaign. That's all that is. And guys like Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlock, y'all need to calm down and give it a rest. It's a marketing campaign, nothing more, nothing less. Turning that decision, which many people perceive to be a negative, which he himself said, if I could go back and redo the decision, I would do it different. He turned a negative into a positive. And that's no different than Deion Sanders when he had his sunglasses because people were making fun of his sunglasses, to Angel Reese and the Me Bounds, to Shaq making fun of his free throw shooting, even in the movies that he was making that you could just laugh at it. That's all it was a marketing campaign. And look, man, it's Hennessy. You'll sip that hen and chill.
There's nothing that Jason Whitlock can do to calm down his blood pressure, but that's a story for another day.
I mean,
BRF.
take him to Magic City. Maybe that'll calm him down.
Nah, don't do that. He'll run the strippers off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We don't do that. I've never been to Magic City. I've never been there before. But I tell you this,
the woman strippers would say, "Hell no."
Boy, exactly. They would clap it in the other direction. Just tell them to go on, but just tell no. But as far as the LeBron situation goes, I ain't got no problem with it. I didn't have a problem with it, and it's crazy because you talking about that fan. To everybody out there in sports media world that don't know the story, the fan bought 2 tickets to the Lakers' last home game, thinking that second decision was Braun was going to retire, so he bought 2 tickets to the Lakers' last home game. So now he's suing LeBron. He's suing them for those two for the amount of those 2 tickets because he felt led on. And I'm just like, if y'all really thought this was that deep in sense of he was going to retire, if y'all really thought it was going to be that deep, I'm gonna need y'all to go home. I'm gonna need you to catch some air, take a breath in, walk around the house a little bit, touch a little grass, enjoy life a little bit. Because if you read that far into it, I don't know what to tell you. LeBron, and besides, LeBron's the type of advertiser, LeBron's the type of marketer, the type of businessman. Why would he want to announce retire? Why would he want to announce his retirement now? He wouldn't be. He's not going to be really thinking about that now anyway. And especially when you look at how he's still been able to play at the level that he's been able to play at, even now officially, in his 40s, basically, the way he is still able to play. That man probably still thinks he has another couple of years left in him. He's going to retire when he's ready. And and it's Hennessy. Hennessy is one of the most popular drinks in the world going right now. Why wouldn't he want to capitalize on something like Hennessy? Why wouldn't he want to? That's a smart business decision from his standpoint. Shannon Sharp got his own VSOP, if you want to say it like that. LeBron's got Hennessy. I mean, these are marketing decisions. These are good business decisions. Why would he not jump on something like Hennessy, which is one of the most marketed drinks in the world? Why would he not jump on something like that? It's smart. It's a good business decision, and I don't blame him for it at all. And I don't have a problem with it being, the second decision. I don't have a problem with that at all. That's what I love to see out of like celebrities, athletes, people that are in the spotlight on a day-to-day basis. When they can make themselves relatable, when they can pick on themselves, when they can have fun at the expense of themselves. That's what we like to see being fans. Maybe we don't have nowhere near the money and the fame and the being exposed to the public as much as they are. We don't have that. But at the same, but I will say there's a lot of one problem that a lot of fans still do have to this day. Stay out these athletes' pockets. Stay out their pockets. They still humans at the end of the day. Let them live their lives. Okay, they got more money than us. They can live more extravagant than we can. Okay, they bleed like us. They put on their clothes like us. They're still human beings at the end of the day. Sometimes we as fans need to stay out their pockets just a little bit, because it's like, well, if I'm paying such and such, if I'm paying to go to this game, I expect them to do A, B, C, and D, and you hush because you won't want nobody to come to your job and tell you how to do your job. So I stay out their pockets a little bit. But I don't have I did not have a problem with it. I thought it was a funny marketing ploy. I enjoyed it. I didn't have a problem with it. That's just LeBron. That's LeBron having fun at the expense of himself. One thing I will definitely give LeBron this is, regardless of what he's in the news for, what he's been in, things that have come out about him, he has never struck me as a guy who was not scared to make fun of himself. He has never struck me as a guy that was too up and too high and mighty to not make fun of himself. And this was just another example. So people need to kind of back off of this a little bit, touch some grass a little bit, take in some fresh air. If you read too much into this thinking he was going to retire, that's a you problem, not a LeBron problem. The man knows what he's doing with his marketing. Let him do his thing. I think that man probably still got I think he still has I think he's got 2 years of really good play left. I mean, Father Time is still undefeated. And I think it announced he's missing the first 3 to 4 weeks in the season, sciatica issues. So he's going to miss the first. So he's going to miss the first month of the season. But even with that, let that man live. Let that man live and enjoy his life, and let him, as long as he's not getting in trouble, as long as he's not trying to beat somebody up, as long as he's not doing any of those bad things, the man is perfectly okay to do something like this, to poke fun at himself and to have fun and to take on a venture like Hennessy, because he's smart for doing it. Let that man live his life. Folks worry too much.
You kind of had a feeling that LeBron might have retired because 40, 41 years old, playing in the NBA that long, who knows? Is there a possibility for the Lakers to win another championship? But Hennessy look, it is what it is. It's really not that big of a deal to me, to be honest with you. LeBron to Broad Sports, shout out to our good friend Broad Sports. LeBron does love craving attention. He craves attention. That is true, though. LeBron does not mind being talked about. LeBron does not mind with the cameras rolling on him. So, to your points, BRF and Champ, it's about business. It's about marketing. It was actually brilliant on his part because, again, it got us to talk about what is he planning on doing. Is he going to retire? Is he going to do something? And he got us to talk about it. So, shout out to LeBron for that.
Watch the sales of Hennessy in the coming months.
Definitely. Although I'm staying away from that dark liquor. I stick to Angry Orchards and margaritas. That's what I really do nowadays.
That hen make you sin.
So I've heard. That's why I don't mess with it.
That's why you probably thinking about that hen later when you think about Joy Taylor, but that's a story for another day.
Hey man, I stay on that prep time, bro.
All
hey, hey man, I'm gonna teach you about that prep time later. I'm just gonna be real.
right, folks. Babyface heel. Now, for those who may not know what babyface heel means in wrestling terminology, babyface means a good guy, heel is a bad guy, tweener is someone in between. So I come up with a list of athletes or celebrities, and me and the panel, we are going to decide whether they are a babyface or heel. Joy Taylor,
Hmm. Hmm.
tweener.
Trainer.
At
Yeah,
this
I agree.
particular point, I say tweener, because of the accusations which led to her departure from Fox Sports. I mean, I can't get over that. Is being according to the lawsuit, the hairdresser approached Joy Taylor and told Joy Taylor allegedly that she was SA'd by the executive. And according to the lawsuit, Joy Taylor allegedly told her to get over it. And that is a bad look for Joy Taylor, A, because she is a woman, and B, Joy, you've been on the record talking about a very serious issue involving women, and that's domestic violence. You've been outspoken about your issues of domestic violence. You've dealt with domestic violence in the past. Well, I would like to believe SA is just as big as domestic violence, because when a
Oh,
woman is
fact.
coming forward and saying that she was SA'd, and again, allegedly, you told her to get over it, that is a bad look. Again, we don't know whether if it's true or not, but it is a bad look for Joy Taylor. And I'm kind of shocked that Joy Taylor is being accused of this. Then, of course, you allegedly sleeping with the executive in order for you to elevate yourself. So those accusations look pretty bad, especially with women in media, and people going to question, how did you get this role? How did you get this job? I still believe Joy Taylor is going to be fine. She's no longer at Fox Sports, but she's probably going to do her podcasting. She's probably going to do something else, because podcasting is the landscape. Podcasting is the new HBO, as Champ always says. This is what we do as content creators and podcasters. So I say tweener at this point for Joy Taylor. BRF.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that. She's definitely a tweener. Now, we know we know how beautiful that woman is. I mean, she's one of the most beautiful women in the world. I mean, that's obvious. And I see, and people talk about like some of her sports takes and all that stuff. I don't think Joy Taylor is a bad talker when it comes to the sports game. I don't think she's a bad talker at all. I think she knows her stuff. So she's not a bad talker in my opinion. Whether people agree with her or not, that's their prerogative. But I've never found her to be that cringy when it comes to talking sports. I feel like she has a good regard, because I feel like this people, like, a lot of people that talk sports that are in the sports media world nowadays, particularly with podcasting and stuff like that, they weren't necessarily players or household names or really made a life or career out of playing the sport, but it's an understanding of watching and learning and understanding stuff. And in some cases, like myself, even though I never really played, me like from high school up, being in sports like I have been, particularly in high school, taking weight training and all this stuff, lifting weights and stuff like that, you're going to be around the football coaches all the time. So you're going to see stuff. You're going to you're going to actually get to watch film from time to time when they have it in the gym room and they put it on. You're going to get to watch film from time to time. You're going to get to talk to the coaches. You're going to get to pick their brains a little bit. So it's just it's an understanding of the game and watching it and wanting to learn and actually wanting to understand sports and wanting to learn. So I mean, that's where we're at in a society nowadays in the 21st century. Everybody that talks it didn't play it, and some of the best talkers didn't necessarily play it. but it's because they follow it and they want to learn enough to want to not want to just get into any conversation with just like a with a small knowledge. They want to go in prepared, studied up, and ready to talk it. So that's how I feel with Joy Taylor. But yeah, the biggest thing to me, like you said, is just those accusations, especially with her being a woman in this business. That is one of the worst looks to have, because something like this will shoot down credibility for a lot of women that are really trying to make a name for themselves in the business. Like whether it's Kay Adams with the NFL, whether it's Mina Kimes with ESPN, or Rachel Nichols for that matter, or any of the sideline reporters like the Laura Rutledges of the world, the Aaron Andrews of the world, like women like that who've been in the business for a long time, and I actually respect their work and what they do. So yeah, it's definitely not the greatest look in the world. So that definitely takes some points away from me as far as like her standings on this for me. But but like I said, I don't think she's done enough to completely kind of earn the heel role, because I think there are still likable qualities about Joy Taylor as to why I would consider her to be a tweener a tweener at this point. So that's where I stand on it. She's a tweener for me as well.
Champ.
Mm,
I think y'all said it best, man. She's a tweener. You thought I was gonna lean towards some other stuff? No. Look, accusations, all of that just goes into it, and I have to agree. And sometimes I think she says some stuff that's kind of out of pocket, you
hmm
know, and like the time she said that, prostitution should be legal and stuff like that. And not only that, tall, funny, freaking money. It's hard to defeat allegations when you're talking like that. But yeah, I mean, there's so much to unpack in that situation. You know, there's so much to unpack in that situation. And I just have to go with her as a tweener at this point in time. And look, thankfully she landed on her feet, but it's going to be interesting how it is for her going forward.
Next one, Tiger Woods.
The baby face. Look, why? Look, don't stare at me like that. Why is people criticizing me because I'm out here doing my thing? I understand that. Look, I understand. Look, here's what I understand. I understand that not only people got mad at him because of the allegations of him sleeping around on his spouse or whatever. But look, man, they act like that young man murdered somebody, bro. He had
I
to go.
give that part. I understand that part, and I thought it was it was greatly exaggerated, Champ, because
Exactly. I mean,
adultery is nothing compared to murder.
no, you didn't. He went out there and look. Look. I'm gonna keep it clean. I'm gonna keep it clean. Don't look. I'm not finna get pissed off at somebody because you made a mistake. That's what you did. That's fine. Only problem I ever had with Tiger is he took the OJ approach about around stuff. That's the only problem I ever had about Tiger is he denied his blackness. You about as black as I am, partner. Stop, stop. And you saw,
Coplanation, as he called it.
yeah. So you saw the way everybody acted with you the minute your ass got caught up. But as far as you haven't done anything just fucking egregious for me to call you just a heel, and you haven't done anything except play 21 holes of golf for me to mess with you about you being a heel. So that's just being real. I can't get pissed off at you because you went out here and got your groove on. I can't get pissed off at you because of that. I can't. Now, if you were to have SA'd somebody, or if you were to have graped somebody, then that's a whole nother ball game. But the only problem I ever had with Tiger is he denied his blackness. And that was pretty much it. I really felt like the media kind of just over exaggerated. Look, let's just keep it all the way 100. We know NBA players, especially Lou Williams, he already said, look, I like to play. He said it himself. It came out of these guys' mouths. And there's a lot of look, and everybody knows that a lot of these players, whether they play golf, whether they play hockey, whether they wrestle, whether they podcast, whether they do anything, everybody know that everybody got their groupies. Everybody got their groupies once they get to a certain level. So for them to portray it like he just went out there and just murdered somebody, he got to make a commercial and a public apology about it. Like, I'm gonna just be real. I'd have told him to go jump in the damn lake. Just being real. Just being real. Ain't none of your damn business. And the same people who point cameras in my face, hell, you probably out here doing the same shit. And and like I stated, that's the thing that he did. I understood. But the thing is, okay, I made this mistake. I shouldn't be held in freaking contempt like I just went out there and just essayed to murder somebody. Just because I wouldn't have hung out with Lena Plug, that doesn't mean I should be treated like I'm the plug. Just gonna be good. Just
Tweener.
gonna be, huh?
I have him as a tweener. Champ, I'm sorry, but what do you? Yes, we understand what Tiger did. Although we don't condone what he did, they made him out like America's most wanted. And that's what's outrageous. But at the same time, Tiger, and he took the OJ approach. You can't do what white people do and think you're gonna get a slap on the wrist and think you're gonna be treated differently. You've told me that, champ, as well as you, BRF. And the thing is with Tiger, look, there's nothing wrong with Tiger acknowledging that he's also Asian because his mother is Thai. And also, he said combination, Caucasian, Black, Native American because of, I think, his father, and then Asian because his mother, Thai. But the fact is, Tiger, when you got arrested back in 2017, remember that mugshot that he had in 2017, champ, with the pills?
That was a DUI.
Yeah,
the DUI. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they didn't list him. What do you think they checked him?
Oh, they checked him African American.
Yeah.
They didn't check him as an African American. You know what word they damn used. Don't play now.
Yeah.
You know what it is. But the thing is, look, just because, look, I understand everything that you're saying. He took the OJ approach, but it wasn't like he was doing the shit that OJ was doing. Everybody knew that it was a known fact that OJ was not only
No.
but he was beating
we can't compare Tigers off the field to OJ's off the field. But at the same time, he did take the OJ approach. OJ said, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Tiger combination.
Yeah. But like I stated, I wouldn't look, that's egregious for you to sell out like that. But at the same time, okay, if that's the approach you want to take, hey, you might have a heart attack when you find out the black folks don't want you back, in the great words of Ice Cube. So, hey, keep that same energy when it's going. But the thing is, I'm not going to criticize. I'm going to crucify you. Now, when you need help, don't come to the community asking for damn help. That's one thing. But for the most part, I'm not going to sit here and get super pissed off about that. Although I was pissed at the time and I was merely a child. But outside of that, like I stated, it wasn't like he went out there and did a whole lot of dumb shit that was just kind of like crazy. Like I stated, he went out there and played golf, hanging out with Nina Plug and Angela White and all them. I feel you. But other than that, okay, what have you done other than win championships? What have you done? I mean, like I stated, everybody, look, I'm going to just be real. Everybody, and I'm not condoning this because Michael Jordan did the same thing. He may not have come out and said it in that way, but at the end of the day, he did say Republicans buy sneakers too. Let's just keep it all the way 100. Everybody is not equipped to be that activist type of character, not to be that guy who's going to stand up and say, I'm not only playing for myself, but I'm playing for my people. Jim Brown was able to do that. Warren Moon was able to do that. Doug Williams was able to do that. It takes someone special in order to be able to handle those pressures, because with those pressures that you put on yourself also comes criticism. Not everybody's equipped to handle that. And guess what? If you're not able to handle it, I understand you're not able to handle it. If you just want to play golf, I understand that. But at the same time, when you get it to some bull jive, don't come back to the community and say, hey man, let me help you out. No, you good. Remember what you said. But other than that, I would just be real. You haven't done anything egregious enough for me to even tip you across that line of outside of you being a baby face. It's like, okay, you put on this front for corporate America. It got teared down because you want to go out there and slang and bang. But that was about it. Other than that, I just like, hey, Tiger, and then you just walk on past. That's about it, bro. That's how it is.
BRF.
He's I'd have him as a tweener, but kind of, yeah. I mean, this is how I feel about the whole Tiger Woods thing and like him cheating on his wife and all this other stuff. There was a Showtime original movie that came out a long time ago called The Tiger Woods Story. And I can't remember the guy's name that plays Tiger Woods, but he's done like a lot of notable, really good movies. I can't remember his name. I have to look that up. But anyways, there was a particular joke that he told during this movie. That I guess that one of the reporters caught wind and heard it, and basically made it on the record, and Tiger didn't want it off the record, but he was sitting around a bunch of women when he told this joke. So I mean, this should like it shouldn't, I don't want to say it shouldn't surprise you that something like that happened, but it kind of didn't surprise me that something like that happened from the extent of cheating on his wife, because I mean, and the stories were out there as far as him being a womanizer anyway. So I mean, it's kind of not shocking. I don't know if I want to tell the joke now, so I'll save it for after the show. But it's a pretty funny joke. It's a funny joke. I'll leave it at that. I'll tell the fellas after the joke because I remember the joke and it's a hilarious joke. But I mean, yeah. But I feel like this, as much as that incident brought him down and almost brought him to rock bottom, and then on top of that, he had all the injuries and the surgeries and trying to rehab and get back to what he was. Him coming back and winning that Masters a few years ago, when he's basically in the twilight on the backside of his career, really did a lot of image saving for him, because it reminded people of who he was from that time frame, from like 97 up until 03 or however long it was before, before the injuries really started to pile up and the surgery started to happen and everything started to pile up, and it really took away his effectiveness, because what made Tiger Woods so effective was Tiger Woods put the power game on the map as far as golfing and his ability to drive. Like, he made being able to hit a golf ball 310, 320, 330 yards. Tiger was the guy that revolutionized the game. He made it the norm, because golfers were not driving the ball that far. There weren't that many golfers driving it like that before Tiger Woods. You might have had a couple that could hit, that had power game like that, but they weren't nowhere near as good in the short game as Tiger with his putting. Tiger's one of the greatest putters who have ever lived, because I used to follow golf. And let me tell you something, Tiger, some of the putts he would used to make was like just, I'm talking about like, you could put, like, in terms of sports games, you put it up there with like some of the, some of the biggest clutch hits. Like like David Ortiz hitting clutch home runs, or like Tom Brady making clutch throws like that. When you talk about the sports game, some of the putts Tiger Woods made in terms of his short game is like right up there with some of the best athletes ever in terms of just measuring how good he was in pressure situations. So I feel to this day, Jack Nicklaus to me there should only be a few. There should be maybe 2-3 guys at the most in terms of a tier with Tiger Woods as being the greatest ever. I think it's just one. I think it's just him and Jack Nicklaus in terms of greatest golfers of all time. And then everybody else, here, it's a crapshoot. You can pick whoever you after Jack and Tiger. Pick whoever you want after that, because I feel like there were no two golfers that dominated the game for as long a stretch as Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. So like him winning that Masters when he did saved a lot of face, and it rebuilt his image. And now you see his son kind of taking up the mantle and already being really good for his age. So it's like you can only imagine what he's going to be when he finally becomes eligible for the PGA Tour when he gets old enough. And I'm ready to see Charlie play because I'm excited. He's got a lot of potential. But he's a tweener for me just from the standpoint of just I measure tweeners like how people look at him. I think it's like half look at him as like just this, some look at him as the greatest golfer of all time, admired, respected, a hero for us in terms of actually getting into golfing like that. And then you just have the other side that didn't want him to succeed. And, they see the incident with his ex-wife, that incident, and they kind of harp on that. So that's kind of how I measure it as far as being a tweener. I think Tiger's a tweener, but at the same time, I feel like the last decade or so of his life, he's done a lot to kind of rebuild himself. And you see him in advertisements and all that again, and he's doing his thing. So he's a tweener, but he's done a really good job of rebuilding his image over the past decade plus.
Was that joke related to a golf ball and a garden hose?
No. We'll I'll say this about the joke. It's a Little Rascals joke.
Okay.
Shout out to our girl Candace Williams. Shout out Candace. Last but not least, for Babyface heel, Johnny Manziel. Tweener.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel was the life of the party. He was a redshirt freshman. I mean, first year in SEC. What catapulted Johnny Manziel's career was the signature win against the number one team, Alabama, going into Nick Saban. Imagine if NIL deals transpired during Johnny Manziel's prime at Texas A&M. Johnny Manziel would be making mad money. And off the court during his time in Texas A&M, I mean, he's at NBA games, whether Mavericks games, Houston Rockets games. You're seeing him with Drake. You're seeing him with Future. You're seeing him with LeBron. Then he gets drafted to the Cleveland Browns. Unfortunately, he didn't take his football career as seriously. Johnny Manziel had issues with substance abuse, a lot of issues at that particular time. I mean, Joe Thomas didn't have a lot of positive things to say, and everyone knows how well liked and respected and how great of a football player Joe Thomas was during his time in Cleveland. I say tweener with Johnny because he has turned around his life. He's become a role model. He's become a mentor. I see him from time to time on Nightcap with Shannon Sharp and Ocho, and he's done a good job. Plus, he was an advocate for Reggie Bush getting back his Heisman, and rightfully so. So, any impact on social media and for college football, because if Johnny Manziel had the NIL deals, Johnny Manziel would be making crazy money because of how big he was as a football player, but also off the football field. But there's going to be some critics, particularly Paul Feinbaum, Colin Cowherd, and others, because they feel like what he did, particularly at his position at the quarterback, unbecoming. And what was so unique about Johnny is about like 5'11", 6 feet, about a little over 200 pounds. But the way he played football, and it was like watching Doug Flutie out there. The way he was making plays with his legs, and the way he was able to escape. I mean, watching him against Alabama at home and on the road, that was magnificent. And he put a lot, and he was putting up some great performances throughout his time at Texas A&M. And of course, he had help with Mike Evans. I wish his football career in the NFL would have been as great as his collegiate career. Obviously, it was the right choice for the Dallas Cowboys not to draft him. They went with Zach Martin. But I am glad that Johnny has turned around his life and gotten his issues together. Champ?
He is a tweener, and for every reason that you describe. Look, people are going to say what they would like to say, but it's hard to be a celebrity and a quarterback at the same time. And history has proven that. History has proven that time and time again, whether it be Johnny Manziel, whether it be Tony Romo, whether it be Randall Cunningham during his time in Philadelphia. You know, remember when before Baker Mayfield got traded, people were calling him, he wants to be a celebrity, not a football player, not a quarterback. It's very, very hard to have that balance between being a celebrity and being a quarterback in the NFL, because people are always going to have this stigma about the quarterback position being the CEO of the company, which they are. You're the face of the company. You're the guy that the owner or the CEO of the team takes to the country club to meet all of his rich buddies to go have a drink. Say, this is my quarterback. This is what we're going to, here's how we're going to go to the Super Bowl. When everybody gets off being a quarterback is kind of like being a politician at a certain point. You're out here kissing babies, signing an autograph, and everybody wants to see you. Nobody's asking about the offensive lineman when you get off the bus. Everybody's asking who's the quarterback. Let's just be honest about it. You are the star. You are the top spot. You bust your back, your arms, and you play even when you don't feel like playing because you believe. You want to make people believe. And unfortunately for Johnny Manziel, he became more of a celebrity than he did a quarterback, and that proved to be his downfall. Yeah. I'll say this. He's a tweener because of all of those reasons, but you also have to take into consideration how young he was when he made those mistakes. These guys, like I said, a lot of these guys, and it doesn't excuse it. It does not excuse it. A lot of these guys are only 21, 22, maybe even 23 years old when they get this money, when they get this new fame. A lot of these guys grew up probably in strict homes, you know. And when you go off to college, I will say this. You go off to college, that's your first bit of freedom outside of mom and dad. And now add in millions of dollars. Now add in fame, celebrity. I can only imagine you giving me that when I was 19 years old. Well, responsibility at the quarterback position, responsibility for yourself. I have to make sure that I perform. And look, the pressures, sometimes there is a such thing as getting too much too quickly. There's a such thing as getting too much too quickly. And when somebody gives you $14 million and that's not to say he had that, but somebody give you $14 million before you're really ready to do that, you can just imagine what you're going to do. So, and I just think that that's what happened to Johnny Manziel. It was a lot too quickly. And that's how come you saw him skyrocket to the top and then just burn out just as quickly. But I would say he's a tweener. Look, it takes a real, for guys like him, Ryan Leaf, Heath Schuler, even Jamarcus Russell to come out and admit they made mistakes, not be narcissistic about it, not be buttholes about it, and not run away from it, and be a cautionary tale to a lot of young men and women. That says more about your character than anything else could. So for that, I will label him a tweener, but we have to make sure you got to put yourself in these young men and young women, I will say, because a lot of women's athletes are playing as well. We got to put ourselves in their position. How would you have been It's easy to be the old head in the room and say, I wouldn't have did that when you know your ass was wild as hell as a 19, 20-year-old. I know I was. So I'm not going to sit around here and criticize these young men for getting foul and wild when they get a whole bunch of money, especially in the social media days where you have access to everything. Like Cam Newton said, when you have a lot of money, money doesn't apply to you, especially in a lot of situations. Something can be closing up in like 5 minutes, and you say, I pay $500 extra if you make me a cheesecake. Okay, done. Money on top of responsibility, on top of excess, that creates a lot of bad recipes. And unfortunately, that was Johnny Manziel's downfall. But fortunately for him, help of the good Lord, he was able to come back up and he's able to make something out of himself. Maybe not an NFL quarterback, but he will be famous and live in infamy forever in the eyes of every college football fan, because we're never going to forget Johnny Football. We are never going to forget Johnny Football.
Ever won the Heisman Trophy as a redshirt? I believe he became the first to do that.
Yes.
BRF.
I got Johnny Manziel. I have him as a tweener too. And this is when he was coming out, the year he came out as far as the NFL draft is concerned. I'm gonna be honest. I was never. He didn't translate for me as an NFL quarterback. I just felt like he was one of those guys that thrived off of the college game. He thrived off of the fact that defenses still really weren't, advanced like that. You had your athletes here and there, but defenses weren't really advanced like that the way they were in the pros. Like a lot of his stuff was like out of structure. He didn't do a lot out of the pocket. So there wasn't a lot of like good tape as far as him coming out. So I honestly didn't think he would be a good pro, but it's kind of tragic, like the things that happened to him and what turned out to him, and how things kind of spiraled out of control for him. Like, no, you don't anticipate that, and you don't wish that on any soul. You don't wish that on anybody. The trials and tribulations that he had to go through. But yeah, like I didn't think he would be a good quarterback, but the fact that he wasn't a good quarterback, and then you stack that with all of the issues that happened, like you don't want that. You don't want that much despair for anybody. So I'm happy to see him doing podcasts now, him kind of speaking his truth, talking about things he went through and talking about the game and really turning his life around and just making things better for him to be out in the light, but kind of like talk to the youth and talk to the young people and try to educate them and try to, tell them about stuff that he did and where he went wrong and how they can, prevent that from happening. So I'm happy to see that he's kind of he's found himself after football. But I mean, with that being said, he was one of the most exciting college football players we've ever seen. I mean, we are not going to take away from the fact that Texas A&M was box office when they were there. When he was there, they were must see, and that was like the most relative Texas A&M had been in a while. And just he put them back on the map, like with his style of play, and then going out and beating some of the best teams. Like, yeah, like you said it, like the number one to go to Tuscaloosa. I mean, it's not just the fact that he beat them. He went in their house. Ate their food, drank their juice, sat on their couch, watched the TV, left the house and left the TV running. Like I mean, disrespected them. And as a team like Texas A&M, who's trying to make a name for themselves, kind of making that move to the SEC, trying to make a name for themselves, to take out an Alabama like that early on in a move like that is like, it's like you can't ask for nothing more than that from a new team in a new conference like that. You can't ask for nothing more than that. So Johnny Manziel put these boys on the map early, making that transition. But yeah, I think, like I said, he's a twinner just because you have those that like him and those that don't like him. But I respect what he's done after the game to get his life together, and stories like that, like redemption stories like his, to be able to still make something out of his life after everything that's happened to them. Those are the stories we live for. Those are the stories we need to give flowers to, and those are the stories we need to kind of continue to like make public out in the open for people to see, to show that no matter what you've gone through in life, there's always a way. You can always make a way out of no way, and Johnny Manziel is a true example of that. So I gotta give him mad respect for that. But yeah, he is. But he's definitely a tweener for me, because he's not everybody's cup of tea. But I mean, you have to respect that man for getting his life together. So shout out Johnny Manziel.
Definitely, no doubt about it. All right, fellas, we got two last subjects. Let's try to keep it as short as possible. Favorite Braun Strowman moment for me was him and Brock Lesnar. I remember the way he picked up Brock Lesnar and threw him like a doll, and then that main event match that they had. All Braun Strowman lost that match. You saw the potential. It's a shame though to me that he didn't even. Was he a heavyweight champion at one point? I don't think so.
He won a Universal Championship in the Thunderdome.
Yes, but I would have loved to see him win that match against Brock Lesnar, because in that match, the physicality, the dominance, of course, what Brock represents, but Braun Strowman, just a physical freak. And then the fatal four-way match between him, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, and the other wrestler, I forget, BRF,
SummerSlam, Samoa Joe.
Samoa Joe. That was one heck of a match. Braun Strowman, the matches that he had with Roman Reigns, I mean, he just scares you. How the way he just yells, his body language. So I would say him versus Brock Lesnar. What's yours, BRF?
From a big man's perspective, I think two of the biggest missed opportunities WWE had was when Kane lost the mask in 2003, and a lot of Braun Strowman, because Braun Strowman was like 385 pounds of just freak of nature. Like he wasn't one of these big dudes that would just stumbling around in the ring and couldn't do anything. He was athletic. He could move. Like he could do it. And just they could have done so much more with him, as like putting a title on him and just let him run through the entire roster. The thing about Braun Strowman though is because he had a propensity to either do these crazy spots where he would hurt somebody really, really bad, or he would throw people off of high stuff. And two spots that stick out in mind was the Money in the Bank match that he won, that him and Kevin Owens on the outside climbed up that ridiculously high ladder, and Braun Strowman just threw him off of the ladder right through two tables. Just like they threw him, and then they panned out, and you see the full fall you see Kevin Owens, the full fall, and it was just one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And then the steel cage match with Shane McMahon, where they're both at the top of the cage. He throws Shane McMahon off of the steel cage to the outside through the announce table. And and Shane McMahon wins the match because of that. I'm like, bro, you didn't win squat. You just got thrown 20 feet through an announce table. So like Braun was just a different animal. And then like when he and you know stuff about to go down, like that whole Roman Reigns rivalry, stuff about to go down when he had said, I am not finished with you. you know stuff you knew something about to happen. So but yeah, those are two of my favorite moments. The WrestleMania 30, the WrestleMania 36 that was originally supposed to be in Tampa, but they had to have it in the Thunderdome because of the COVID and all that stuff going around. Him winning the Universal title, I loved it. I loved that moment. Him winning his first championship in front of fans, like winning that Intercontinental Championship, beating beating who did he beat? He beat Shinsuke Nakamura for it. That was I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that too because it was like the company was putting trust in him, and but I just still feel like they could have done more with him. He could have really been one of the greats, and he could have really been like a first ballot Hall of Famer had they treated him, treated him better. Because I feel like that crown jewel match with Brock, it really killed a lot of momentum, like because of how quick the match was. Even though he got offense in and he beat Brock, he beat the daylights out of Brock, but Brock beats him with one F5, and it kind of killed a lot of his momentum to where he was never really like. Fans really didn't want him after that. And even after he won the Universal title, fans weren't like up in arms that he won the Universal title like that. So I feel like Braun Strowman definitely was a big missed opportunity as far as pushing the monster to the stratosphere. Like we should be talking about Braun Strowman as a Hall of Famer right now, but we're not because in my opinion, he didn't win enough and he didn't really justify enough. So, but the Money in the Bank match where he threw Kevin Owens off the ladder, the Extreme Rules Steel Cage match where he threw Shane McMahon off the top of the cage. I love the Roman Reigns rivalry too. That was one of my favorite things because I was saying, champ, when he hit that "I'm not finished with you," poor Roman Reigns had to get it. Boy, I was like, oh god. But yeah, and him winning the Intercontinental and Universal Championships for me rank up there as some of my favorite moments as well. So, but yeah, we should be talking about Braun Strowman as a Hall of Famer, like straight up. But those are some of my favorite moments.
Well, unfortunate, man, especially with all the injuries that he had. So
that too.
Yeah, that is a shame though. But at his peak, I mean, he was scary. I would love to see a Kane. I would love to see a Prime.
One more.
Go ahead, BRF.
Oh no, I was gonna say one more real quick. WrestleMania 34, winning the Raw Tag Team Championship with Nicholas, the little kid, bro.
That was cool.
That was more funny than anything. But yeah, bro, yeah, like I said, like you said, yeah, Prime Kane and Prime Braun Strowman, boy, I would love to see that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Prime Kane versus Prime Braun Strowman. I would love to see that match because of how huge those dudes were, but how athletic they were as well. Or Prime Undertaker versus Braun Strowman. Big fella.
Look, when he first gets introduced by Bray Wyatt, that was a monster. This dude was it's like somebody just took some rock and some granite and just tossed it together. This dude was pure muscle. He had the potential in order to be Batista. He had the potential in order to be Kane. He had the potential in order to be Brock Lesnar. I hate that he didn't. I think that a lot of times they fumble on these big, huge guys that have potentials in order to be these monster heels, especially during the Vince days, and they make them into jokes. They make them into parodies of themselves. Like you saw it when the Great Khali, and then eventually, instead of being a monster heel that you had to get through in order to get to somebody, they made him into a joke. You saw it with Rusev. And you see it repeat the cycle over and over and over again. Even with Mark Henry at a certain point, you saw make these big monster heels into jokes. And that's the one thing that you just like, wow. It's just like it's a pattern that Vince used to do. It's like they introduce these guys as big monster heels, but eventually they become a joke to a certain point. And you just ask yourself, like, what was the point of you bringing out this huge granite of rock, this specimen, this freak of nature, just to make them a joke? The thing I used to love about Braun Strowman is those feats of strength that he used to show. I never forget when Miz and I forget who else was in that damn van.
Miz and John Morrison.
In that damn van, laughing at Braun Strowman, and he started flipping that damn van. I'm laughing because I'm immature, but he started flipping that damn van over like so. Then I'm like, ain't no way he finna get that something good to flip over. It was like they flipped it right on over. Then you know when he faced Roman, I think it was Roman Wayne. He flipped that damn 18 wheeler down in the middle of those were feats of strength that it's just it was amazing when you think about it. So I'll have to say when he was first introduced, the feats of strength, and I agree, BRF, they could have done so much more with Braun Strowman. Like I said, that guy has a no funny business. This guy had the tools that the average man would die for. The height, the mass, the muscle, the look, the intimidation factor. He's the kind of guy when you look across the bar and you know a fight about to happen, you send him a bill to make sure he don't touch
Yep.
you. I'm just being real. Look, man, you know some stuff about to go down. You sit in the air, man. Send that dude over there a bill, man. Tell him it's on me. And then you know he tipped the bill. You know, ain't nobody gonna bother you after that. You know, so that's just how I look at it, man. Those feats of strength was something else, especially from man. That dude was, I think he was 6'10", over damn near 400 pounds. Damn, I mean,
but he wasn't the typical 400-pound dude. He was brolic.
he was
jacked.
Look. You hit him in the rear. You hit him with a body shot. If you were the boxer, you might break your hand. So
Crazy, man. But shout out to our good guy Casual Reacts. Listen, man, go like and subscribe to his YouTube channel. Check out everything he's doing. Check out his podcast, man. If y'all looking for more basketball knowledge, basketball takes, please go follow Casual. But fellas, last but not least, favorite Drake track. I'm gonna go. I've listened to a lot of Drake tracks, although Kendrick is my favorite rapper, but I don't mind Drake from time to time. I love the Views album. Non-Faithful with the Pimp C, Western Road Flows. Of course, his old mixtapes. How About Now? Ashton Martin music. You know his verse on Ashton Martin music with Rick Ross. Of course, him Fancy from his debut album In Too Deep with Future. The collaborative album that he did with 21 Savage, Bleep and Millions. Say the actual term, Bleep and Millions. Drake, I love. The thing was so great about Drake because of his flow, his ability to collaborate with other artists. Like he did that collaborative album with Future. I would love, and I hope I hope I get to see a collaborative album with Drake and Travis Scott, because the two of them, I love their music. I love how they are when they collaborate with each other. Obviously, you know, Sicko Mode, when Drake was featured on Sicko Mode and how he went in on his verse, and then Travis later came in. So I love that about Drake, just his flow, but also the singing ability as well, because Drake also does provide singing. But those are some of my favorite tracks from Drake. And shout out to Drake because, of course, just like me, he light skinned and he also born in October. So I gotta give my October people some love, man. Hey, big fella.
We made it with Sweet Future and Soldier Boy. I remember there was a time that, especially down south, you know, after I graduated, I remember everybody was playing that song with him and Soldier Boy, saying we made it at their graduation. That was very funny. If you really want me to be honest with you, man, back to back, got the drink in me going back to back. Look, man, people can talk that talk, but guess what? Back to back was one of those things that, hey, it was a phenomenal. It was phenomenal. And I mean, one song and it was over. One song and it was over. Back to back was great. 5 a.m. in Toronto. That
Marvin's Room.
Huh?
Marvin's Room.
Marvin's Room. Yeah. Aston Martin music, like you stated before. There's a lot of them, man. I know one of them. One of them, I will say this. Say When. That one was great on the Scorpion album.
What's so
Um,
great about with Drake, man? Not only when he puts up the music with the rap. Hey, listen, the women love him. There's a reason, good or bad, women do love Drake.
hey man, look, I'ma just be real, bro. Look, let's just keep it all the way above. There's always been this disconnect in hip hop when somebody is a ladies man, bro. Let's just keep it all the way above.
You
People
said it with
all
Biggie.
people
Hey,
always
you
attack
smell
the ladies
good.
man.
You
They
get your
attack
braids
L.
done.
Yeah, people attack LL Cool J because you know the ladies love Cool J.
James.
People attack Biggie. People attack Pop. People attack Drake now. It's always a trend. You're gonna attract the latest man because they're deemed quote unquote as soft. You see that a lot. I mean, I used to see that a lot when I was boxing. When I was boxing, though, he's the latest man. I bet he's soft. Daddy, they don't know this dude got 16 knockouts on his record. But yeah, it's a trend in hip hop, and that you know, like I say, you're gonna attack the ladies, man. Like I said, people attack LL Cool J for years. I mean, it's a trend. When you are the ladies, man, and all the ladies love you in hip hop, you're gonna get attacked eventually. You might as well just brace yourself for it and get that mic and dust off that mic and get it ready because somebody's gonna come at you. But thankfully, he had back to back ready for Meek Mills. He didn't for Kendrick. And the thing is, him losing that battle shouldn't be held against him. You shouldn't be held against him. Guess what? Look, MC Shan lost the battle. He's still a legend. He lost the KRS-One. He's still a legend. When you think about Busy B, him losing the Cool Mo D during the Rap Fest, he's still a legend in hip hop. Busy B is. You
Or
know,
Jay-Z losing to Nas
yeah,
when so it's
he's
not
still
old.
a legend. And Drake has the argument for the GOAT conversation. And he's been in the game a lot less longer than a lot of our legends. So back to back, 5 a.m. in Toronto, man. You fancy Houston, Atlanta,
Houston,
Vegas.
man, Vegas.
If you want to, hey man, look, man, if you really want to do something, if you really want to do something special, man, go one night. And this is what I used to do when I had my convertible, right? And drop that top real good, man, and listen and turn it down low and play Shut It Down on a Saturday night while you stargazing. Boy, that's something special, man. That's special.
Don't forget fireworks with Alicia Keys.
Yes, fireworks. Look, so many hits. But like I said, man, ladies, man, when you in hip hop or in any sport or something like that, you always gonna get attacked, man. Because you know, dudes. Look, I'm just gonna be real. Dudes don't be liking when you feel like you a threat to man. Dudes be sensitive and shit like that. Well, let's just keep it all the way 100, man. When dudes think you about to take their girl, you know, girls are staring at you because you
Of
got.
course, you're gonna be sensitive and shit, man. Because again, they're jealous.
Yeah, they just.
Obviously, jealousy comes with the territory, man. I mean, look, Drake, you just can't be. You just can't. I mean, women are still gonna love him, even with the Kendrick beef. Women are still gonna love him. Remember the collaborative album that he did with Party Next Door?
Yeah. I mean, look, ladies are still gonna love him. Hey, ladies still loved LL Cool J after his beef with Ice T, after his beef with Cool Mo D, after his beef with Cannabis. You're not gonna stop. Like I stated, dudes be getting real iffy about, man, I can't stand that dude. Like, chill out, man. You know the ladies love him. Leave him alone. Shit. It's all right. Shit. You gonna get look. If you got your look, I'm gonna just be real. If your game tight like that and you that dude, you ain't gotta worry about everybody paying attention to somebody else. Hey, I always tell people this: you can line a dozen people up and offer them a BMW. Out of those three, somebody, three of them girls or three of them people gonna ask you for a Honda. I'm just gonna be real. So guess what? You look, ain't nobody infringing on your territory. If you that guy, you that guy. It's just being real. Like I said, if you walk, like you said last week, if you walk LL Cool J and Biggie in there, somebody gonna choose Biggie over L. Let's just keep it all the way a buck. So when your game is tight, your fits is tight, and your swag and your aura's there, you ain't gotta worry about who's taking some away from you. Guess what? They gonna flock anyway.
Also, another good track by Drake featuring Chris Brown, Not You Too. That's another good track, though. BRF.
Man, well, before I get into my favorite Drake tracks, a little bit of breaking news: the American League Championship Series is official. Finally, it will be the Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. Definitely not the American League Championship Series I was expecting. Seattle finally won. The Seattle Mariners finally won that game. I was not expecting that at all, but hey, it should be a good series. So Toronto and Seattle for the right to go to the World Series out of the American League. Milwaukee and Chicago play Game 5. Winner plays the Dodgers for the NLCS. So it's going to be a fun Final Four. Man, let me tell you, I've always liked older Drake more than newer Drake. I like some newer Drake, but old, just like whether it was the So Far Gone EP, Successful with Trey Songz, Uptown with Wayne and Bun B. That's like I love that song. Shoot, I'm going in with Wayne and Jeezy. If y'all ain't heard, I'm going in. If you need you a good bass line, play that song. I love the bass line of that song. What else? Yeah, Fancy. Good Lord, there's so many. How about
Show me a
now?
good time.
Good. Oh man. What else? What else? What else? So many. Um,
Over
Miss. Oh God. Over was like the track of the year. I can't remember what year it was that came out, but man, Over, Miss Me.
2010, 2011.
Mm, yeah. Oh yeah. Over and Miss Me. They were both just hits, bangers. Um, Trophies, headlines. Marvin's Room. Good Lord. What else? So I'm trying to think. Well, Cameras. Man, like I said, Take Care is probably like my favorite Drake album. Take Care was just an awesome album to me. I do God's Plan. Um, Hot, you can't talk. I mean, let's face it. You can't talk about Drake without talking about Hotline Bling. Let's just keep it above. You can't talk about Drake without Hotline Bling. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Mhm.
Whether people want to admit it, whether people want to admit it or not, you bump Hotline Bling. You just did. It was a great song. You bumped it. That's good gracious, so many more.
In my feelings. Kiki. Do you love
Yes,
me? Are you
yes,
riding?
that's another one. Yes, sir. That was another one. Good lord, just so many more. Energy, love.
Yes.
Energy. The Energy is another good one.
Legend.
Yeah.
Legend.
Man, just so many good ones. And
His
and and
verse on
and,
100
he, and,
Racks
he,
in the future.
it's and some of his features too. Some of his
Yeah.
features too. His feature in Money to Blow. Wow. Chef Kiss.
Yeah.
Chef's
Yes.
Kiss. What I'm like he didn't even really I'm on one. He didn't really have to do much and I'm on one. That's one of my favorite records ever. But we can talk people can talk about Drake all they want to as far as like the beef for him and Kendrick, but let's keep it a buck. Peak Drake, we were all bumping Peak Drake. And he still makes good songs now. Like I said, I prefer the older Drake material more than the newer Drake. But even still, okay, so Kendrick did what he did to him in the beef. Okay, we get that. But beef shouldn't beef shouldn't be the be all end all as far as a rapper's career. And it just shouldn't be. Cause I mean, because like y'all brought up Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? We recognize Jay-Z as having one of the best diss tracks of all time when he put out Takeover on Nas. But then we also remember Nas having one of probably a way better diss track when he put out Ether on Jay-Z. Like Drake, he put out a good diss on Drake when you on Kendrick when you talk about the Family Matters song. Kendrick just came back with Meet the Grams and Not Like Us. I mean, stuff. Hey, it is what it is. It's how the game works sometimes. But it's not exactly, and the damn show ain't fair. Like it's gonna get you. It's gonna get you at some point. But people just need to give him his flowers and understand that when he was at the peak of his powers, we were all bumping him. He was making tremendous music. And like I said, we could, if LimeWire was still a relevant thing today, we could probably have about 2 or 3 CDs of like a Drake greatest hits album. He made that many good songs. So we got to shout him out and give that man his flowers because regardless of what people think of him after this beat, you cannot say that man did not make some great music. And that man got he got like a full catalog of just hit records.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's why he's one of the best, and that's why he's one of the all-time greats. But fellas, that concludes the rest of the Sports PSP podcast. I appreciate y'all for hopping on. We've been over 4 hours already, over 1:00 in the morning. But we love doing what we love doing, man. Entertaining. BRF, any final words and tell them where to follow you at, brother?
Always a pleasure to get on to hop on the Sports PSP podcast with y'all two very, very fine gentlemen. Love y'all to death. Y'all have done a lot for me as far as getting my name out there, getting my face out there for people to see me, to come follow me, to come enjoy my content because y'all two put me on the map and I'm forever grateful for y'all to that. BRF Sports, as always, BRF Sports is the TikTok handle. I have my link tree in the bio. You can follow my X/Twitter. You can follow my Facebook page. You can follow my IG. And I also have a Discord as well. Please, hey, if y'all wanna hop, I got an active link. I always got an active link going on the Discord. So if you want to click the link tree, you see that BRS Sports Discord. Feel free to click it, hop in with me. We can definitely chat it up, cut it up, talk some sports. But man, I gotta say, man, it's amazing. It's amazing how I'll just say it. Like when strong black minds can come together and really do something like this to kind of put it out there, it I don't know, it does something, and it really should enlighten like other youth and other people of the world that have a podcast or is trying to do something and really want to branch out and really do something. We don't mind being a blueprint. We don't mind being inspiration for y'all because that's what it's about at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, we want to see other people eat in this. We want to see people get theirs. We want to see people get their shine. And it's all about the fun and it's all about doing what we love to do. So it's been a pleasure from day one, and I'm gonna keep enjoying it. I'm gonna keep having fun. I know I'm about to get ready to go to bed soon because I got a pay-per-view to watch in about 6-7 hours. So I'm probably gonna go to bed as soon as we hop off of this. But it's always a pleasure to get on here with y'all. I'm gonna stay on till we sign off because, as I always say, a topic not thought about is a topic not thought about, and it's always a pleasure.
Also, one other Drake track I forgot to mention, the name of the show, Controlla. So, love that track too, Controlla. Big fella.
Always a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor to be on the Sports PSP podcast. People, be safe, be careful, watch your words, and watch your actions. Hey, you can always catch us here on the highlight of Friday nights, as well as this coming Sunday on the Undisputed GOAT Pod. Give BRF a follow, as well as Flash 22 and myself on TikTok. But like I stated, more importantly, it's a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor to be on the Sports PSP podcast. Thank you for everything that you've done, PSP. Shout out to D and Mama PSP. Shout out to everybody and your family. And also, look, like I stated before at the beginning of the statement, watch your words and watch your actions because those are the most important things right now. On that note, we salute you.
Definitely. Y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend. Sports PSP's birthday will be on Sunday. Definitely gonna enjoy the rest of his weekend with the family, and definitely watching some football, having some good angry orchards like I'm having right now. But man, one last thing before we wrap up the show. Listen, people, you gotta be very careful with what you say as champ put it. Because like I said, regarding the Bad Bunny situation as champ, if you have a problem with Bad Bunny, if you don't think Bad Bunny draws or does not perform in the Super Bowl, y'all know what y'all talking about. Y'all have no idea what y'all talking about. And for those who say that Bad Bunny should not perform in the Super Bowl because he's not an American, because he should be deported, he's from Puerto Rico, which is a part of the US.
Mm-hmm.
And as you mentioned, champ, Charlie Kirk, his widow, they're trying to organize some type of event for the Super Bowl, and they want to perform exactly the same time Bad Bunny's performing. My thing is fine. If you're not cool with Bad Bunny performing in the Super Bowl, that's up to you. To each his own. But here's the thing: how's that gonna work out? Ain't gonna work out. And I believe Bad Bunny is gonna put on a show in the Super Bowl. And like I said, for those who may criticize me, Champ, and BRF because of President Trump, him demanding ICE to be at the Super Bowl, which I think it's pointless. A lot of people are going to be at the Super Bowl and watching it. And I agree with my girl Candace. Meanwhile, every Super Bowl has a gospel celebration every year. Mm.
Yeah.
But my thing is this, and again, for those who may think we're being hard, look, we support the Undertaker. We support Mike Tyson. Don't agree with their political viewpoints or standpoints. I don't agree with their support of President Trump, but I would still, to this day, have a conversation with them regarding anything. I admire their work. Two things could be true. Just because you may support the president, which I don't, neither does BRF, and neither does Champ. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean we can't have meaningful conversations. Doesn't mean we can't have conversations about sports or anything else. And to me, that would be an honor to have Undertaker or Mike Tyson at the Super Bowl. And yes, Candace said the gospel Super Bowl music celebration is always the Saturday before them folks. Is just ugh. You don't need to go any further, Candace. We can just read between the lines, and folks need to be better. But
I'll
on
say
that
this.
note,
I'll say
go.
one more thing real quick before we sign off. As far as Super Bowl performances go, if you were okay with Coldplay, who aren't U.S. citizens, if you were okay with Shakira, who's not a U.S. citizen, Paul McCartney, other people like that, there have been plenty of people who are not U.S. citizens that have performed at the Super Bowl. If you were okay with them, you should have no problem with Bad Bunny. We know why you're not okay with Bad Bunny, but we're not going to stress it anymore. I've done that in the video. It's obvious. Lighten up, open your minds, broaden your horizons, and understand that the world does not just revolve around you. Life's too
Thank
short for
you.
that.
And the bottom line is, at the end of the day, NFL is doing what's best for them. They're doing what's best for business. If you can't see that, you can't understand that, then that's on you. Now, if somebody wants to perform in the Super Bowl, someone who's right, someone who's in the right, someone I don't agree in terms of the political points, NFL wants to bring because he performs. I have no problem with it because the bottom line is about business. It's about making money.
Yes.
And for those who say that Bad Bunny does not draw money and revenue, do some research before you actually go on the air or on social media and make a ridiculous, outrageous statement.
Go watch Backlash 2023 if you don't think Bad Bunny's a draw.
Thank you. And on that note, we're going to wrap up this show. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. Love the Sports PSP podcast. Love y'all. and peace.